Hello, 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 hello. I think my internet is exploding. But it's okay. It's okay. It's so chill. We're so chill and regular about it. Hi. Thank you for waiting. Thanks. That's so nice of you. Uh, Congratulations to Allah for getting first. Yippee! Yippee yippee! Hi. Hi. Happy Tuesday. It doesn't feel like Tuesday. It feels like Thursday. Like in a good way though. Anyway, do you guys want Omori content? I think that would be so slay. Please cross all of your fingers that it works and it doesn't crash. I have no concept of time. That's so real. That's so good. That's like the vibes of it being summer vacation, right? Like if you don't know what day it is. Hold on. Okay. Oh yeah, this looks pretty good, huh? This is Doc's View, so if you see anything, no, you don't. I was really nervous. I was going through my last Omori VOD, and I was like, wait, there's some points where I like forgot I was on Doc's View, and I might have opened stuff that shouldn't have been opened, but that's okay. Nobody said anything, so I think it's fine. Okay, okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Sad warning, I guess. You're so joyous. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I worked hard for it. Oh, hi, Stream Moments. Wow, so kind of you to join us. Spoil anything and I'll ban your cheeks? Wow. That's so nice of you. Can you hear this? Is this loud? It's like a little loud for me. I don't know if it's loud for you though. Yippee! We're 6 hours in. Isn't that lovely? It is Tuesday, so I have no commitments for today. So we can play for like 12 hours. Isn't that lovely? Oh, that is quite loud. It could get turned down a little bit, not too much. Okay. Is that good? Is that good? Spoiler, Frost battles another shark plane? I hope so. I like the smirk of that thing. Can you last 12 hours? Oh. It's a game where I have to read, so like maybe not. It's supposed to be black bars? Oh, hold on, I'll crop it more. On my screen, there's black like all around it. Oh my goodness, thank you. Hi, Shrimp. How's it going? Oh, what a nice color. Oh, the chat looks kind of goofy. You guys aren't centered at all. Oh well. It's like close enough, probably. Just look up. Good morning. Good morning. How did you sleep? Did you have any dreams? I had a dream that my friend was like sharpening a butter knife. And then I was like, yo, that's so dangerous. We shouldn't do that. And then I like put it in a styrofoam case. And then he got mad at me. He's like, bro, I just sharpened that. You're dulling it. Yeah. Good. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for the hero boom. What a lovely way to start your day. Not so shrimple, is it? Man, I think it's really as shrimple as that. Well, I don't think I did. Oh, I don't need to save. Oh, my condolences. I hope you get to try again soon. Yeah. Rawr. Interesting dream? Yeah, I don't know what that says about me. Maybe I'm worried about disappointing my friends. Or maybe I just don't want them to have butter knives. Dream about people sharpening knives often, huh? I guess so. I don't know what an average amount of knife sharpening dreams would be. But I do feel like knives are in a lot of my dreams. My brother and I played Vintage Story for like 7 hours? What is Vintage Story? I don't think I've ever heard of that. It sounds cute though. It sounds like a good time if you played for 7 hours. Moshi moshi my kawaii neko girls. My goodness. I'm blushing. I'm swooning. Moshi moshi to you too. Yo, Kel, what's up? You look like you've grown just a bit taller. Maybe one day you'll even be taller than Hiro. Hehe. My goodness, Hiro mention. So, do you need me to help you with anything? All it costs is your love. Oh. Wait, that's so nice. I didn't know there was an advice thing. Oh. So a lot of incomplete things, huh? Oh, okay, we gotta give someone a flower puzzle. We gotta kill bunnies. We gotta find a rock. Wow, this is a lot of things, huh? Kawaii desu. That's pretty real. Okay. I think all of this is manageable. A sandbox game. Imagine Minecraft with more in-depth crafting and eldritch horrors. Oh. So, like Terraria, perhaps? Okay, in case you missed it, last time we... I don't know. We have a really cute friend named Basil, and he's lost, so we're looking for him. And, we're also meeting a lot of interesting fellas who are asking us to do little various tasks. And right now we're in the junkyard! Yippee! Kel is digging through the trash. Kel finds a can of cherry soda. Yo, that's me right now. I guess Solani isn't soda, but it's like close enough. The art style is so cute. I love the soundtrack in this game so much. That's so bass. I can't think of any particular songs that I was like, wow, this is the best thing I ever heard. But they've all been pretty enjoyable. Haven't played enough Terraria to compare? Really? No Terraria. I love Terraria. Oh. Like he's really close. Maybe he can be bread sliced. Hopefully. Oh. Slay. I never could get into Terraria. What? I think that's kind of fair. I think if I didn't have people, like helping me with it when I first started playing it, I probably would have lost interest really fast because it's just so detailed. And I feel like you have to look at the wiki a lot. Gimbal all? Oh my goodness! Look at you. You're going crazy sicko mode. Pull me up from here. Let's go! Surely you'll pass away in no time. Peek, I'm here again. Hi, Oza. Good evening. Is it evening for you? It's like 1 PM for me. I guess that would be afternoon. I don't know what time evening starts. I'm more of a good morning fella. Gimka all? Wow. You're really keeping us on the edge of our seat, huh? Gimbal, oh! Why did that not work? Messed up. Man, look at Kel's little happy face. I quite like Kel. I don't know, something about him. Oh, I forgot how to switch. Oh, it's A. Man, what a good game. You got a glass bottle. Wow, we have so much stuff to recycle. How exciting. Oh, I missed a bit of trash. Laughing emoji. Sigh. It's so over. And some batteries. Oh. Interesting. Keck. Over? Over. So cute. Oh, carry tree. Oh, to be a little gator guy laughing into the walkie-talkie. Bubble wrap. I'm interested in this thing. That's quite cute. Raffle? And 2 people are joining? Wow, that's so rigged. Ow, what the? What gives? Well, what do you know? There's a weak point on its head. I can recognize one of those anywhere. Let's try throwing something at it. I'm sure that'll work. Why would we do that? That platform there looks like a good place to throw from. Tag me, I got this. Man, I was already him. Sure, run the raffle. Wow, that doesn't feel that doesn't feel like a scam at all. Oh, poor little guy. Well, womp womp, I guess. Oops. Sorry. Got rubber bands. You got can. Wow. Got so many items. This is so awesome. Yo, look at that blue watermelon. Poetry book. Sad words strung together. Inflict sad on a friend or foe. I love sad poetry. Gamble 1%. Yo! See, if you gambled all, you would have been so incredibly untouchable. Dropping ink on Ew. The finest Snow White paper. Something, something, etc. And whatnot. Zoro went all in and doubled his points. Yippee! I'm very convincing dance emoji. Yo, why would you say that? Remove all? Why is yours not working? Why is it cooked? Hold on, I think this could be a bread moment, perhaps. Run and gun? Kel doesn't attack based on his speed. How much speed he has. Oh, so double points? Oh. Sorry, Zora. That's a lot of points to lose. 3 is crazy. The greediest person alive? Is that true? That's kind of awesome. I think of all the sins, greed is my favorite. I'm typing Gambi? Oh, I see. Do you not feel a little bit strange typing Gambi? Oh, we got some trash tofu. Have you guys ever had tofu before? Oh, Sun's angry. Nope, not one bit. I don't know. Seems a little silly to me. Man, poor Aubrey. She's like low-key dying. I don't think that's quite breadable. The game doesn't mention this, but if you're feeling slow, you can turn auto run in the settings. Oh, that's so helpful. Thank you. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of fast. Maybe I'm just like not super used to the battles yet, but I feel like it's good paced. Confetti, that's kind of awesome. Is that trash? Small squares of colorful paper inflicts happy on all friends. That's so cute! That would work on me. I want my sin to be greed, but it'd probably be wrath. Oh. That's understandable, I think. I think I would also want mine to be greed, but I don't know if it would be. I'll bring some life jam, perhaps? Oh, yeah, I guess she's kind of, going through it, huh? We can cook for her. You can also, like, run with shift. Is there for people who hate the shift lock pop-up? Oh, you can run with shift. I think that's too fast. Tag yourself for your sin of the 7 deadly sins. I don't know. I don't want to be weird, but I think mine would low-key be lust. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay. Mine would probably be gluttony. I don't want to be envy, the true human emotion. I feel like lust and gluttony and envy and greed, like in my head, they're all really similar. I'm not really sure what the difference between some of those are. I think they're all kind of based though. And I like this little guy. Gluttony is not just food, right? I don't think so. But since it's not, I don't really understand how that's different from greed. I don't know. I don't know. I have to watch Full Metal Alchemist again. and they report back to you. Here's attack did nothing. What the? More like dependence or excess consumption of things? How is... So is greed like you're not addicted to it the same way? You just want it really bad? But then how is that different from envy? Wow, so many rubber bands. Could make a whole ball out of it. Greed is more like prioritizing yourself and having excess things so nobody else does. Oh. I guess that doesn't really resonate with me. I don't care. I don't care if anyone else has stuff. I just like having stuff for myself. Accordion? Quite a little maze, huh? Banana smoothie? Wow. Lots of good stuff in the junkyard, huh? Yippee! I like his little face. It's like angry and also sad. I wish I remember what all the follow-up things did. A healthy little guy. Ouch. There, baby. We spoiled this. Sorry, chat. Sigh. I don't know if I could ever forgive you. My goodness. What a healthy fella. Read the pinned message. Goodbye to your cheeks. That doesn't sound especially threatening. Zero has some of the most interesting takes on the deadly sins. Oh, that's one of my friend's favorite manga and anime. I think his wallpaper is a kid nut. I know about her and I don't know about anyone else. It's a really pretty art style though. Oh, it's so low. You can definitely bread him up, I think. Oh wait, that's not what I want this side. Don't need cheeks anyway? Oh yeah, you're a cat girl, huh? Cats don't have cheeks. Who's your friend? Hook me up. I love that combo. I'll give you his address and phone number. And you can show up to his house. I think he would like that. I just know ReZero has a lot of figures. That's about it. Yeah, I guess... I know. I always get Rem and Rem confused. But I feel like I've seen 1 billion figures of them. Like bunny girl fingers of them and stuff. Just LARP about the greatest fictional story ever written by man. I do not suppose you're covering travel expenses. Because I can't either. Oh, surely your neighbors. Surely it just works out like that. Really like today saw a V0, I just fell off from it and didn't finish it. Bot's doxing? Yeah. Womp womp. Did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? There's great food, but no atmosphere. Oh. Always good to have some jokes on hand. Only you had a joke book to write them down in. That is so interesting. Who's the voice actor for Amelia in ReZero? Like the English one. I feel like I was gonna watch it because I liked her voice actress. But it escapes me right now. Suppose I could just turn on creative. Oh. Yo. That's so swag. Aww. Wait, I want to sit on the couch looking at the moon. That's so beautiful. The moon looks gigantic from here. This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen. But there's so much litter around. How can you say it's beautiful? Aubrey, don't be such a wet blanket. Look at things on the bright side. You know what I always say? You just gotta wake up and smell the roses. You don't always say that. Man, I love Kel. Kaylee Mills? Maybe I just lied, because that name does not ring a bell. Season 4 covering arguably the pinnacle of psychological horror and story writing in fiction. Coming out this April. Peep game and empty your schedule because it's time. I didn't know they were still making it, to be honest. I thought it finished a while ago. She was Kaching's voice? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. That's so on brand for me. Frost goes. Genshin voice actor. Let me in there. That was pretty peak 2021 Frost behavior. Oh, I went here already. Light novel is nearing the end in its future. The story is beautifully long. I don't know. I thought it was already finished for real. Well, that's exciting news. You got candy. I love candy. Oh. A D. Cute. What? Oh, maybe she can't see it good. Sounds about right for you. ReZero is definitely too gory for you. It is? Really? Chat, is this real? I'm sure it's fine. Like, I watched Full Metal Alchemist and that was fine. I'm sure it's on equal footing. The whole premise is about killing and death. Yeah, but surely it's not that bad. It's very gory. Don't say too much. I knew the premise was like getting reborn all over again. I guess I didn't know it was that bad. Going in blind is the best experience. I'm gonna go in blind and then throw up maybe. I think it's probably not that bad. I think I could probably take it. Oh, a big cheese. It's no good. I can't even dent this thing. Hold on a sec. This is cheese, isn't it? Whoa, you're right. It is cheese. Okay, guys, hear me out. This might sound crazy, but what if we eat the cheese? If we all start now, we can probably finish this in a couple of hours or so. Just a warning though, cheese gets me kinda gassy. That's crazy. Ew, Kel! Hold up, Kel. There's no need for that. I think I may have the perfect solution. Tag me, Omori. I know just how to handle this. Not just like climb over it. If you like FMAB, then you'd love ReZero. Don't worry about it. Oh, I never watched Brotherhood. I just watched regular Full Metal Alchemist. I like that one. No? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When I was in middle school and I was looking up, like, watching it, I assumed Brotherhood meant it was, like, a sequel or, like, a spin-off or something. Because, like, why did they put Brotherhood in the name? And so I just watched the regular one. Sorry. The regular one sucks balls? Oh, I mean, it might, but I liked it. I did like the manga better, but I liked it. FMAB is a remake that follows the manga. Yeah, I heard that one was better, but I'm sorry. When I was 13, I didn't do any research. I was just like, oh, this has the same title as the book I read. Never finished FMAB. I only got to the special experiment. Like the Nina part? I quite liked it. Crazy. FMAB mentioned. One of my favorites of all time? Really? Wow. I guess I'll have to watch it eventually. I wish I could lock you in a chair and let you watch. That's, you don't have to do all that. You can just, like, throw some recs out and, I'll get to them eventually, probably. That's a lie. Ozzy told me to watch Summertime Rendering, like, 6 months ago. It is not even on my radar yet. It's okay, I'll get there eventually. Just as much as Nyan Neko Sugar Girls? That's crazy! For real? Oh my god, it must be peak then. You won't watch... Man, if you're like, hey, do you want to watch this thing with me? And then you screen share it, like, I'll watch it. It's just like, if I'm on my own, I'm not really thinking about watching anime, I guess. I'm thinking about other things, like taking a nap, baking a cake, taking another nap. So we're in the exact same way? Thank you, Icy. It's not that I hate watching shows, I don't really watch stuff by myself. Sorry. This happy little hamster's been just staring. Her mouth reminds me of SpongeBob. Hello, friends. It's me, EMS, the humble, hungry hamster. Oh, wow. Is this all for me? What a treat. How did you know that cheese is my favorite? I don't have to guess, EMS. Everything is your favorite. Everyone, this is Emily the hamster, but I just call her EMS. She's a good friend of mine. You know what to do, EMS. How does he know her? And she just showed up. That's so helpful. I sure do. Be done in a jiffy. Crunchy cheese. Why do naps occupy your thoughts? Well, they don't. I just like sleeping. I love I love laying in bed. Gotta be one of my top 2 hobbies. Whoa. How does all that even fit in her body? Beats me. I try not to think about it. That is incredibly satisfying. If you are ever in need of any giant cheese-eating services again, you know who to call. Goodbye, friends. Wow. That's so cool. This game is so awesome. Okay. That was weird. Oh. I forgot what those are called. I don't know why that one was a hater. Hobby number 1 must be being a freak. Okay, that's... Man, I don't even know what to say to that. You would know, I guess. Takes one to know one. How are we supposed to find anything in here? There's just way too much junk. Wait, were we looking for something? Oh, ho, 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 ho. At long last, I finally found it. This song eats. After countless hours of digging and digging, this one-of-a-kind, ultra-exclusive special mixtape finally belongs to me. I forgot that's what we were looking for. Rosa, the #1 sweetheart fan in the world. With this one-of-a-kind addition to my collection, I will finally surpass all those lame posers out there. I would know that you're a freak, thank you. Ew, don't say that. I meant like you're a freak. Like real recognize real rules, you know? Wait. Sniff. Oh no! This special mixtape. It smells like doo-doo. Sniff, sniff. Oh no. I smell like doo-doo. Hold on. Did she say she found the special mixtape? This is what we've been looking for. Oh yeah. Let's go get it. I can hear everything you're saying, you know. Just as I suspected, owning something so valuable is already getting me into trouble. Oh, what's the matter? Are you jealous? This special mixtape is mine. I'll never give it to you. Not now, not ever. That caught me so off guard and terribling. Guys, I'm just reading what Rose is saying. Please do not do this to me. Hey, we didn't come all the way out here for nothing. If you don't give us that special mixtape, we'll have to take it by force. Eek! Such savage behavior. Violence never solved anything, you know? I'm much too refined for this nonsense. Farewell, peons, and see you never. Wait, come back here! Hurry, Omori, after her. We can't let her get away. This is goofy as hell. You'll never catch me, sick legs. She's way too fast. I know you smell like doo-doo. I don't! Man, I showered last night. I smell like... I don't know what I smell like. Like vanilla? And something else. Berries, maybe? Vanilla and something. Man. Ow! Don't laugh at that! Man. At least I showered. At least I showered. Can you say the same? What did I just grab? I grabbed something and I was like, man, I want to look at that. I don't remember what it was. Well, I guess it couldn't have been that important. I got a whole pantry in my pocket. Don't say that. I showered more recently than you. I don't buy it. Yes, it's the bath thing, remember? Like, the bath thing as in you don't take a bath? TV remote. Is that garbage? Two defense, 3 hearts. I don't know if that's better than a flashlight, but it's nice to have. Oh. It's so awesome, I love this game. That's so real. What a good one. Oh, that's so cute. I get the vibe that Hero is a bit older than everyone else. It's nice of him to hang out. You and your friends feel like new. Yeah. I think I got all the things on the list. I do. Wow, the whatchamacallit looks like a load of bean cereal. That's nice. I see you're keeping yourselves busy. I hope you're all having a fun adventure. If you're ever feeling weary, don't forget you can always dress up at my picnics. Big sister is always prepared. That's so sweet. I think Mari and Hiro are both a few years older. Nice of them to hang out. I don't know. I feel like I was kind of mean when I was a child. Like I didn't ever really want to hang out with kids that were younger than me. The only exception were my sisters. Do not cross. Rosa, we finally caught you. Now give us back that special mixtape. She just sitting there, head empty. What's with her? Hey Rosa, can you hear us? Huh? I wonder why she isn't responding. Let's take a closer look. Oh. 90... What? 99% of attack... Omo completed. I'm not really sure what that means. Download window? Okay. Omori does so much damage. You're getting hacked? Stream's gonna crash? Man, I hope not. What a bummer. Hot girl bummer. I quite like that song. I don't know what happened to Black Bear. I feel like he released 3 bangers and then I never heard about him again. It's not really doing much. Maybe we can make it angry since it's not attacking anyway. Wait, look at the face! That's so cute! Oh. Oh my goodness. Well, not optimal. Maybe making it angry was not chill. Oh, I forgot if sad makes it have higher defense or not. Maybe it's enough for bread. Okay. Aubrey's party was victorious. Gained 404 XP. Wait, that's cute. Aubrey grew to level 10 and learned Twirl. Omori grew to level 10 and learned Hack Away. Cal grew to level 10 and learned Curveball. Wow, they're going crazy. Hero's level 10 and learned Smile. Aww. I really like the victory song. Ugh. It's cutesy, huh? Oh, I got an achievement and I do not know what that said. Yippee! What just happened? Who cares? We gotta take back that special mixtape. You took the special mixtape from Rosa. That's kind of messed up. Huh? What in the world? Hey, that's mine. Give it back. No way. It's Finders Keepers. We're putting this back in Space Boyfriend's boombox, where it belongs. Hmm? Space Boyfriend. You say? Oh, you ignorant child. Haven't you heard the latest news? I have a very reputable source who tells me that Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart have long since parted ways. Why do you think this special mixtape is in the junkyard in the first place? It's because Space Boyfriend threw it away himself. Space Boyfriend threw away the special mixtape himself? Uh-oh. That's not good. But if Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart aren't together anymore, how will we ever wake up Space Boyfriend now? To be honest, I kind of forgot what we're doing this for. I don't really know how this helps with the basil issue. I guess they're just extra nice. The future of the once great coalition of space pirates is depending on us. That sounds like your problem, not mine. Wait just a second. How do we know you're not lying about all this? You could just be trying to get this special mixtape back. Well, never. I may be rude and pretentious, but I'm not a liar. Like we trust you. I think we'll just keep this special mixtape and see for ourselves. Now scram, you ugly plant creature. Go bother someone else. Oh my, so rude. You'll pay for this, stupid boy. Mark my words. Surely that is not important. There is a watermelon. Past this gate. I feel like it's gotta be something real cool. By the way, is the blue watermelon of this area obtained? I think so. There was a watermelon that was like a different shade. I couldn't tell you what was in it, but I'm pretty sure there was a different looking one. Work time. Yippee! I hope you have the best time ever at work. I hope you make $1 billion. I'm afraid if I go down, I won't be able to go back. When it's easy to get, just explore around. Okay. Oh, I guess I should eat some perfectly roasted chicken. That is such a nice sound. Oh, maybe it's just down here. Okay, it wasn't so bad. A baking pan. Hero learned snack time. Wait, that's cute. Okay, let's see what these new skills do. Smile reduces the foe's attack, and snack time heals all friends for 40% of their hearts. That's so good. I feel like I wouldn't use charm that much, so we'll replace it. Aubrey attacks a foe and becomes happy. Cute. Snack time broken? Wait, nerf? Omo cat save us? We need a nerf is crazy. Attacks 3 times hitting random foes. Deals damage if foe is angry, greatly reduces attack. Oh. I don't know. Stab seems kind of nice if it's always a crit. I don't really know how much attack he has. I guess stab wouldn't be used too much because I'd have to use sad poem as well. But I guess we replace it. Makes a foe feel a random emotion. Deals extra damage to foes with emotion. Okay. Looks good to me. Yippee! Oh. Interesting. Okay, I gotta remember to go back to TV Girl and all the crows. And then otherwise I think I'm good. Alas, I have found art in a most unexpected place. The madam will surely be pleased. Wonder who the madam is. Nerf, no! I think they can be broken if they want to be. Lovely weather, isn't it? Oh. Nice music. Hold it right there. We finally found you, Pluto. There's no escape. Oh, I thought... No! Oh my god! Poor Snelly exploded. Oh no. My gigantic, well-defined arms and legs are giving out. I can't let it end like this. I need to find a hiding place. I thought I killed this guy. Hey, you. Huff puff. Please, lend me your assistance. Haha? Oh, Well... Hurry! I don't have much time! Need a place to hide, huh? Aha! I got it! You can rest easy now. I got this all under control. What's that snail mean? Man. Womp womp womp. Okay, that should do it. Shoot, they're coming. Quick, everyone. Act natural. Yo, so cute! Huff, huff. Dang it, we lost him. They're all so cute. Look at look at Aubrey go. Hey, you kids. We're looking for a high-profile and very expensive rogue planet named Pluto. He's a big, circular, grayish guy with huge, bulging muscles. Kinda hard to miss. Have you seen him? No, can't say we have. Really? Well, that's life. Come on, dude, let's keep searching. We'll find him eventually. Off they go. Okay, sir, the coast is clear. Such quick thinking, I'm impressed. You have my eternal gratitude. What are your names, if I may ask? I'm Hiro, and these are my friends Aubrey, Kel, and Omori. I see. Fine names for fine young people. My name is Pluto, and I am a rogue planet. A vagabond, if you will. I do apologize for causing everyone so much trouble. But I feel that it's not my purpose to act as a mere yard decoration. I want the freedom to roam the sky as I please, like the birds and the stars. If that makes me a rogue planet, then so be it. They can call me what they please, so long as I'm free to do as I please. My soul yearns for freedom. You understand, don't you, children? Whoa, Kel, are you crying? Such raw emotion. I'm touched. That was beautiful, Pluto. Sniff, sniff. You said it, Kel. Wait, you too, Aubrey? Now, at long last, I'm finally free to follow my lifelong dream of running my own transportation company. Yo, that's so awesome. My soul also yearns for freedom. What's stopping you? I think you should just do whatever you want to do. That's the only way to live. I'm gonna call it Pluto's Space Line. This realization has reinvigorated me. Does he not remember that we, like, fought him? Are we just, like, chill now? And since you have helped me in such a selfless way, I must return the favor. Ahem. I am Pluto of Pluto's Space Line now. Please pretend you have just arrived at a transportation station. Oh, okay. Hello. Pluto? Greetings from Pluto's Space Line. Where would you like to go today, young travelers? God. Oh, was that too much? I should try to tone it down. Let's try this again. No, it's okay. We just like to go back to the campsite, please. So you want to go to the otherworld campsite? My first request. How exciting. Oh no, here it comes. One ride to otherworld campsite, coming right up. I won't let you down, young travelers. Leave the rest to me. That was perfect. He's doing so good. He's so excited. Is everyone strapped in? Poor Kel. Wait, hold on. I'm not ready yet. Oh, goodbye, Kel. Leaving him behind. Greetings and welcome to Pluto's Space Line. Where will your journey take you today? So many options. So you want to go to Otherworld. You got it. Now just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Yippee! How is that for a smooth ride? Comfortable environment and relaxing music. I'd give it 5 out of 5 stars. Says you. Can't even feel my arms anymore. Kel, I have to say, you did a great job holding on for dear life back there. You have the potential to be very strong. Let me teach you a skill that might be useful in the future. Ahem. Repeat after me. When I flex, I feel my best. Goodness. Now you try. When I flex, I feel my best? It's so goofy. Whoa, that felt amazing. I'm pumped. Could use a little work. But nevertheless, you definitely got the power within you. Take this lesson and use it well. Very well, children. Until next time. Kel learned flex. Is that good? Kel deals more damage next turn and increases hit rate for his next attack. That does seem good. I guess I like that more than curveball. Hello. Hi, Omori. Cliff-faced as usual, I see. You should totally smile more. I've always liked your smile. So, do you need me to help you with anything? All it costs is your love. Oh, I just wanted to talk to you. Hope to have helped just a little. I'll be here if you need me. Yeah. That sounds so nice. I wish you could play that sound on command. Floating your friend's smile warmly behind you. Cute. Yes. Hello, valued customer. Oh, I forgot the mailboxes are shops. I don't want anything. Okay. So many humans today. You guys are always such big fans of space travel. I guess I've talked to all these guys already. I feel like it's been so long. Oh, I gotta get into that TV. Aww. They're all so precious. Okay. Yippee! I hope she's so happy with me. Oh, sweet. You found everything on my list. I should ask random people for favors more often. Do. And what? Oh. Ah, that that hits the spot. My old coffee machine broke like forever ago, but I've been too busy to gather the missing parts. Now that this new one is all fixed up, I don't have to drink that gross instant coffee crap anymore. Here's a little something for helping me out. We got dynamite, let's go. This actually looks kind of dangerous. Now, if y'all will excuse me, I have some important business to attend to. Okay. Is dynamite important? I guess not. Oh, it's a toy. Deals heavy damage to all foes. That's nice. Alright, now let's try to be charming towards the crows. I think last time I didn't know how to switch characters, so the crows were low-key not vibing with Omori. Now we know how to be charming. I can remember where they are. I thought they were here. Maybe not. Oh? Maybe I didn't wait long enough. Maybe you don't have to pull it in. Maybe it just automatically does it. I forgot. Is it X? This is so sad. I forgot how to fish. Okay, it does just do it automatically. I guess the line just snapped the first time. Looked up an orange and threw it back in the lake. Okay. I feel like I would eat an orange if I fished it out of a lake. As long as it looked like it was in good condition. Little default heart. It's cute. I quite like that one. I think I got a good color. Plastic fish. I feel like I got something interesting last time. You hooked up a crab and threw it back into the lake. I hope the crab eats an orange. What's cute? The crab? Fishing up a crab? I think that's pretty cute. It needs batteries. Batteries. Is that not real? Oh, I have dead batteries. I need not dead batteries. Oh! Man. You sound disappointed. You don't like looking at little crabs? What about this? That's pretty cute, huh? I like that so much. What a good noise. Oh, hi, Cross. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to read that. So, I think I'll just leave it as is. Lomi, Lomi, Lom. Is Lomi. Shoot. I thought for sure there was a raven down there. How's it? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. How are you? Oh, here it is. Look at her, Ashley. Oh, I see. Hey there, little guy. Your friend Mr. Scarecrow really misses you, you know? I can help you find him if you'd like. Please do, if it's not too much of a bother. I miss him too. That's so cute. Okay, and there's another one near the Scarecrow. Oh, I don't want to deal with the plane right now. It's fine. It's fine. It's chill. I'm nonchalant. Oh man. I wanted to use my bread slice. Omori didn't even get a chance to go. I'm good. Finished playing a little gator game last night. Give me the sniffles? Is it called Little Gator Game? I've never heard of that before. Oh my god, don't touch me. Excuse me. Somewhere. Greetings, my feathered friends. Would you like to return to Mr. Scarecrow? He can't wait to be with you again. Ah, yes. That would be immensely desirable. Okay, I haven't seen the last one. But surely it will just, like, turn up. I'll just spawn in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, so many. Wow, all these UFOs taking so much damage. Wow, Kel one-shot all of them. Man, I love Kel. What a good character. More acquired bread, let's go. I have so much bread. I make so many sandwiches. Oh. Didn't think the bunny would survive that. Okay. We got so much EXP. Oh, here we go. Hey, buddy. Want me to take you back to your friend, Mr. Scarecrow? Come! Yes, yes, yes! Where's my friend? Take me to him. Oh, yeah, we're getting so many quests done. The story's cute and the ending was predictable, but it was harder to read out loud than I thought it would be. Aww. Yeah, I never heard of it before. But I'm glad I'm glad it was kind of emotional. That means it must have been a good game. My friends, they have all returned. I cannot thank you enough for your help. Now it is time for me to take my leave. Goodbye, kind stranger. I hope we'll meet again one day. Oh. Goodbye. Off they go. We got a 5-leaf clover. Oh my. Luck increases with more energy. With more energy. Is energy the same as juice? Attack 22. Attack 15. Attack 24. Attack 17. Oh. I thought Kel was a little stronger than that. Maybe I'm just biased. Maybe I just notice what he does a little more. Because I like him a little more. I love them all, but I love Kel most of all. Okay. Excuse me. Why do you like Kel the most? It's just his attitude. He's so excitable. I thought there's a picnic around here. They have the same level of whimsy. Yo. Nuh-uh. No, he's just got such little guy energy. Like, he's got a pet rock. And he's kind of sassy. He just really resonates with me. Why are they different colors? Is the black and white one a special character? I don't know why they're different colors. But the black and white one is like the protagonist, I guess. Like I think we're playing as that guy. But I really couldn't tell you why he's mogging on everyone. Hi Brandon, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Can I hydrate with the Lonnie? Is that chill? They both find the best in the smallest of things. In our Bob. Man, don't call me a little freak, Bob. That's cooked. He's just a little guy. Look at him. He's got a big smile. No? Okay, I'll drink my flavor water instead. The blue ones have a smile. Your guy looks sadder. I know. I don't really know why he looks. Oops. How do I go to the? Yeah, look at him. He's so. I don't know. He might be going through it because at the beginning of the game, he was like in a scary white room by himself with like scary sketches. I don't know. He might be a little bit depressed. But it's okay. We love him. And I think he's having a good time with his friends. Shoot. Is this the way? I think this is the way. I think this is it. True. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Well, I'll be. You kids really did it. It's a little dirty, but that's our missing special mixtape for sure. Thanks a lot, my guy. With this, we'll finally be able to wake up Space Boyfriend. Kel reached into your pocket and took out the special mixtape. If it's covered in garbage, why did we put it in our pocket? That's kind of gross. Actually, about that, we might have some bad news. We heard a rumor that Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart, well, they broke up. What? Did they really? For real this time? Oh no. That would mean there's no point in playing him the special mixtape anymore. All hope is lost. Hey, Space Boyfriend, we got your special mixtape back. You can at least thank us. Oh, don't be so down, Space Pirate Guy. It's just a rumor. And even if it's true, it's not the end of the world. People get over breakups all the time. I'm sure Space Boyfriend will be back on his feet soon. He just needs some time to readjust. Oh, I know. I'll blast a special mixtape on his boombox. He's gotta wake up to that. In that case, we should probably get rid of that special mixtape after all. Listening to the songs might be way too emotional for him. Give it here, Omori. I'll keep it safe. Man, they are not paying attention to Kel whatsoever. Hiro reached into your pocket. Huh? Where is it? Kel, what are you doing? No! It's cute. Wakey wakey, Space Boyfriend! Uh-oh. Got a bad feeling about this. What is that? Infernal racket! Oh my goodness. Darn it, Kel, look what you did. Fear me, for I have awakened. 1 second. Oh. He's kinda cool. Much better. Now where was I? Ah, yes. Foolish children. I must thank you for bringing me out of that pathetic state. I grew tired of lying in bed, pretending to be sick. Like I always say, feelings are for losers. That wench, sweetheart. She's going to pay for leaving me. Oh dear. I did everything for her. I gave everything to her. Everything, you hear me? That ungrateful little... Ugh. Ugh! This is not Aura. Just forget it. Forget everything. I'm going to find Sweetheart. And I'm going to make her pay. My goodness. Sorry, but we can't let you do that, Space Boyfriend. What should I say? Space ex-boyfriend? Interesting. You want to challenge me? Do you even know who I am? I am captain of the Space Pirates. I control all the planets in the solar system and have the ability to fly through space at will. The power of the entire universe is at my command. Blah, blah, blah. Talk all you want. We're not scared of you. I'm here to keep my streak and will now go to not get hella spoiled for this game as much as I want to know who Space Boyfriend is. Maybe this is better because now I can imagine him any way I like. That is so real. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by and keeping your streak. It is so awesome. Avix, you gotta play this game ASAP and then tell me all your thoughts on every single character. I'm curious to know who your favorite would be. If you plan on going around causing trouble, you're going to have to get through us first. Top tier soundtrack coming? Really? I think the song that's playing currently is kind of a banger. Both tracks blend into each other, the one playing right now and the one that will play. Oh, I really like when music does that. I feel like I don't notice. I feel like I don't notice a lot of like music details. But that's really cool. As soon as V3 releases here with clutches, I promise I will. How much do you have left? Like what chapter are you on? Sorry, I don't mean to keep you. I know you're trying to not get spoiled. You can tell me later if you want. Smoke emoji. Hi, Sean. Thank you for clearing that first. Started chapter 5? Yo! Wait, you're so far. Are there 6? I think there's 6 chapters in all of the Danganronpa games. Oh my goodness. Omori inbound. This is so awesome. This is so peak. So that's how it's going to be. If you still insist on stopping me, I'm afraid we'll just have to settle this the hard way. I'll take all of you on. Goodness, he's kind of like a whiny brat. Fight me, earthly scum. Goodbye, see you, space boyfriend. Goodbye. Have a great rest of your day. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wait. He's much prettier than I imagined him being. Maybe I'm just a sucker for red eyes. That might be kind of real. Okay, we'll flex. We'll do some amount of preparing. Oh, he hit Kel. What the? I got to see him at least not disappointed. Yeah, kind of real. He's kind of beautiful. His weird little space gun reminds me of being Puppy Cat. Sound check. You were wrong. Go back. Tough. This is tough. Is that the name of the song? You were wrong. Go back. Little twirl. Boyfriend is in his name. I'm sure that name. I'm sure that means he's decent looking. I hate to be that guy, but not all boyfriends are decent looking. I gotta say, some of my friends have dated some suspicious looking boyfriends. No tea, no shade. He is tanky. Maybe Hackaway. Were they named boyfriend? No, I guess they weren't named boyfriend. Oh wait, why is Kel sad? What the hell? That's so messed up. My little guy. Oh well. I guess if it raises his defense, he can be a little sad. Exactly. Sisters decent. Listen. One of my friends. I don't know if this is mean to say, but this is a quote from my friend, okay? This is not my words, but she said she likes to date boys who are medium ugly because it makes her feel like more like secure that they won't leave her. You know, and I'm not one to judge my friend, but if she's literally saying she prefers medium ugly guys, then in my opinion, maybe that's not decent. They have good personalities though. I'll say there's a character in V3 who is also space themed, and they also have similar hair. This is the newest space guide. Haircut trend. Is it only achievable in zero gravity? Oh, maybe it is because it's like spiked upwards. I'm trying to think. I can't think of that many space fellas. There's a fella in Bee and Puppy Cat. I don't really remember what his hair looked like. And I guess there's Lars from Steven Universe. But his hair didn't quite look like that. I need to see more Space Fellas. It's a good haircut, though. Oh, Space Ex-Boyfriend became angry. Can no longer become happy or sad. I think we can still massage him at least. Everybody has a match? I think so. I think so. Oh, he's so pinky. At least he's not doing a crazy amount of damage. Well, I guess now that he's angry, he might. Let's massage him. Get his anger away. I'm gonna go play V3 and see other Space Fella by chat. My goodness. Have so much fun with your Space Fella. Ew, is that his hands? Well, it has no effect. Oh, I thought he just couldn't become happy or sad. I wasted my juice for real. Oh well. We'll keep attacking. Oh, his attack lift. That's good. Oh, I really need to read what the follow-ups do. I know what heroes do. I do not really remember Kel's. Or Aubrey's. Flex. More attacks. Space Ex-Boyfriend looks wistfully into the distance. He's a soulful Space Ex-Boyfriend. Gah! How are you still moving? I won't let you defeat me. Space Ex-Boyfriend became enraged. Oh. What does this mean for the local trout population? Take the X out of his name. It is a touch disrespectful, huh? He took 60 damage, oh my goodness. I call Aubrey. Let's go, Aubrey! Oh, her attack lift. I think it's because she's happy. Maybe flex again. For damage, my goodness. 61 damage. He's gotta be close. Out of my way, earthly scum. This is your last chance. Oh, he's furious. Wait, he looks really pretty like that. Something about anger is kind of pretty. Maybe we twirl and make her extra happy? I'm a little worried about Hero's health. But I feel like I should keep attacking. I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. Ah! No! My poor hero. A double attack? Oh my goodness. Aubrey feels ecstatic? Wait, that's so cute. Okay, you guys attack. And we'll use Life Gem on Hero. Ooh. Poor Kel. I guess going from ecstatic to angry is maybe not good. But maybe she'll do more damage. My heart. It hurts. No! Wait! I wanted to revive Hero. Curse Kel for being slow. Wow, that's a lot of XP to not give to Hero. Oh well, he'll catch up. Oh, and we found an eye patch. Aubrey learned Team Spirit? Yippee! Defeat Space Ex-Boyfriend. Yippee! Oh, and he doesn't have his eye patch anymore. Huh? What happened? Where am I? Who are you? Hey there. How are you feeling? Oh, hello. Wait, why is he Space Boy? That's so silly. Oh, hello. I'm Captain Space Boy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ow, my chest! Oh no, are you okay? You got a little angry earlier, so we had to... Ah, I see. My other half must have gotten the better of me. I must apologize. Your actions were likely well justified. I just hope I didn't cause you all too much trouble. I've been having a hard time controlling my emotions lately. That's a nice name. Something about Captain and Boy in the same name feels a little bit silly, Goofy. I try my best to keep them at bay. It's becoming much more difficult. Sweetheart, she was the love of my life. It's almost impossible for me to imagine life apart from her. I guess I'm a bit lost. This special mixtape is full of mine and Sweetheart's favorite songs. I put so much love into making this for her. Aww. That's so sad. Thank you all for returning it to me. It's still full of precious memories after all. It's no problem. Well, not too much anyway. Yeah, we're glad to help. You just go ahead and get some rest. I'm afraid no amount of rest can truly heal a broken heart. I must find another way to get over this. Captain Space Boyfriend. I'm so sorry, but I have very terrible news. Your favorite planet, Pluto, has escaped, and we can't find him anywhere. Don't be mad at us, we're sorry. Please be gentle. His poor crew. Oh, a bit ominous. Ah, I see. It's okay, you two. I'm sure even the planets get bored turning slowly all day. Perhaps Pluto was never meant to be a planet. Huh? Really? So you're not angry with us? Do you mean it, Captain Space Boyfriend? I sure do. Gather the rest of the crew. Let's go to the frozen lake and get some snow cones. Resting in my bed may not fix a broken heart, but eating snow cones with my friends might help. Aww, this is so cute. Also, you don't have to call me Space Boyfriend anymore. I'm Captain Space Boy. Wait, does this mean... Woo! The captain is back! I can't wait to tell everyone. Let's go, dude. Right behind you, buddy. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. Who knows what would have happened to me if my crew... To me and my crew, sorry, if you all didn't show up. Aw, it was nothing. We're just glad you're feeling like yourself again. You have my thanks. If you ever need anything from me or the Space Pirates, please don't hesitate to ask. Actually, can't believe I forgot about this, but we're actually looking for our friend Basil. He wears a flower crown and always carries his photo album on him. Have you seen him around? Oh. No, I'm afraid I haven't. But if I do see anything, you'll be the first to know. Hazel, where could he have gone? Sniff. Sniff, sniff. Ah, please don't cry, little lady. Here, take this. You got a snow cone ticket. Sniff. Aww. Sniff, sniff. Sniff. Eee. Uh-oh. Please, little lady, don't cry. Here, take this too. He's so kind. Got a train pass. I used it to travel around on trains when I was a child, long before I became a space captain. If even I can go from traveling on trains to flying my own spaceship, I'm sure you'll be able to find your friend. Sniff, sniff. Oh. Sniff. Okay. Hey, Captain, you ready to go? Everyone's waiting for you. Ah, yes, hold on, I'm coming. You must keep your hopes up, little lady. If it gets too hard to bear, try eating a snow cone. It might make things a little easier. I mustn't keep my crew waiting. Good luck with everything, and thanks again. Oh. Your bond with your friends became stronger. Everyone's follow-up moves improved. And we got a letter. Oh. Ominous. Hi, Carrot! Good morning! 9 keys left. 9? Out of 26? I surely didn't get that many. Behind giant pinwheels. This is a scary looking thing. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. You know, for a flavor called Cherry Bomb, I was hoping it would taste a little more like cherries. It's still good though. And a stretch, thank you. This is surely more than 9. Oh well. If it says 9, then that's good enough for me. Okay. Let's give the flower puzzle to the playground kiddo. Yo! Squawk! Captain Spaceboy is back to normal? I gotta let Captain Pinkbeard know right away. Oh. Pinkbeard is a nice name. Yo! Look at this monkey. A band of space pirates has been camping out here for a long time now. I hear that the captain suddenly decided he wasn't going to travel anymore, so half the crew took his ship and left. Oh, I think that's old news. It kind of reminds me of Monsley in a way. Like the red mouth and like the head shape being very long. Wait, face forward. Please face forward. Yeah! Look at him. I like him. Hello, everyone. How's the search for Basil going? Well, Mari, seems we've taken a little detour. Just trying to help those in need, you know? Look, Mari, I got a snow cone ticket. Well, that's very nice, Aubrey. Thanks. Mari, look what I can do. Oh, he's so precious. Let Monsley do that line then? Oh my goodness. Okay, listen up. This is Monsley's recreation of the gossip that Larmy said. Pretty good, huh? That's very nice too, Kel. I know, isn't it? It's so strange. We searched all over the place, but we haven't seen a hint of basil anywhere. Okay, well, we're searching on the moon, I think. Or like some sort of space planet. I feel like this is maybe not the best place to be looking. Oh, basil. I wonder where he could have gone. There must be something we're missing. Do you have any leads, Omori? Do I have any leads? I don't know. You and your friends feel like new. Oh, I should probably save. Just in case. Clay. Down we go. I guess I probably could have used Pluto's transportation station. What a thrill! Oh my goodness. I wonder if we can follow him all the way down. It's so cute! I was looking at Instagram yesterday, and I saw one of like a really pretty white snake taking a bath. It made me quite happy. Oh. Lost him. Ain't that just the way? Oh, it's taking a bath. A snake. It's a snake. It was a white snake, just like the one that was there in space. I don't know what kind of snake it was. Probably a corn snake of sorts. Or maybe a king snake. I don't know, but it was white. And it was like rattling its tail. And taking a bath. It was cute. One of the letters is behind giant pinwheels. Albino? Ooh, it might have been. I don't think its eyes were red. I don't know. I'll go back to my liked videos. See if I can find it and report back to you. Where am I heading now? Well, I'm gonna head to the playground to give the little guy that likes puzzles her puzzle. I found a flower puzzle in the dumpster. Is this the only area with giant pinwheels? I don't think I've seen any other giant pinwheels. In theory, there should be a sea. Wonderful idea. Oh my goodness, thank you. I know, the letters I found so far have been kind of obvious. Big black floaty things. I don't see anything like that. There must be another pinwheel area. Oh well. It'll turn up eventually. Is this the playground? Oh, I have a map, don't I? Pocket? Oh wait, maybe I should've got a snow cone. Maybe that would have been good. Oh well. I'll go back later for a snow cone. Oh, Singcastle. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Is work better today or is it about the same? Oh my goodness, look at Kel go. Ugh, I'm not very good at freehanding sandcastles. I always have to use those plastic, like template thingies. What do you call that? Not a template, a mold maybe? I'm so hydrated. Don't tell anyone I'm hydrating with energy drink. I like the way it makes my heart feel. You were afraid of drowning. Oh. Don't starve together moment. I want to know, like, what happens if they get close. But I also don't want him to unnecessarily suffer. Yeah. Not water. Well, I have water. I have water, but I like the flavor of my Alani a little better. Oh. Squish. Okay, sorry, I'm locked in. Maybe the playground's down. Oh, it is down. Okay, here's my puzzle enjoyer. Is that a flower puzzle? For me? Maybe Nebu finally noticed me now. Oh no, I said his name! Please pretend you didn't hear that. Thank you for the flower puzzle. Here's a gift in return. Picked a bunch of them earlier. Aren't they pretty? A daisy! I wonder when I should give this to him. Ooh, a daisy. Maybe it's a clippable. What is? Heart plus 10. Where starts happy in battle? Well, I want to give that to Aubrey. Although speed plus 3 is kind of nice. Oh well. Oh, what does the eye patch do? Attack plus 7. Reduces hit rate. Hit 100. Hit 100. Defense 1, heart 10. Do we like defense or attack better? Damn. Hi, Waffle. Hi, Redbeard. My goodness, so many cool people in my chat. Oh, his hit is 300. That's crazy. Well, I guess I haven't had too much trouble with my attack. I guess I'll leave it as is. Wait, what's the bubble wrap? Oh, defense plus 3. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I got an email that my package has arrived. Okay, after I'm done talking to this guy, I might take a little ad break and go take my package in so nobody steals it. Grumble, grumble. Hey, Van, come here for me. There's candy in his bag. Huh? Did you want something, Burly? Yeah, stand right here and look that way. Okie dokes. Aubrey, come here. What do you want now, Burly? Aubrey. Aubrey, Aubrey, Aubrey. I'm stealing it! No! How could you? I don't think it'll even be useful for you. It's packing tape in boxes. I guess if you need that, you can have it. So What's with that sassy tone? Come on, we're best friends. Now, you see that big guy over there? I know who Van is. Great! Go on and give him a good whacking for me. What? That's so mean. What? Why? What if he gets hurt? Always with the questions. Can't you just do something without thinking for once? Go on, smash! Poor Van. Well, I kind of want to know what happens. Okay, there. I did it. Now what? Wait, this is like the Milgram experiment. Do it again. Do it until I say stop. Okay. But what am I doing exactly? No questions. Only smash. At least he's not saying ow or anything. You're getting somewhere, I think. Come on, you can do it. Stamina, stamina. Oh my, just so fun. What are you gonna do with 6 rolls of packing tape? I guess it's kind of fun. Huff, huff. How long do I have to keep doing this? Until I say stop. Don't slow down now. What if Van dies? Help! My arms feel like noodles. Keep pushing. You're almost there. Maybe he's a piñata. Maybe he'll explode with candy. I think I'm going to pass out. Please, just one more smash. Yeah. Aubrey gained 50 juice. What was that all about? Like 50 max juice or just juice in general? I think our juice was full. Nah, nothing really. I was just bored. But honestly, this is pretty boring too. What? That's all? Hey, at least you got something out of it. I'm still bored here. Grumble, grumble. Come on, Van. Let's play some tetherball. I just don't get Burly at all. She does have a lot of juice. Let's eat some candy. And Van is such a nonchalant, chill fella. Okay. Cute. I'm gonna go get my package. Assuming that nobody stole it. Hopefully. Hold on. Cookie Chrome. We're breaking the ads right now? What did I do to us? did. Okay. If you're subbed, please enjoy these fruits. And if you're not, I hope you get the Griffin Birds Red Bull commercial. I'll be right back. Hi, I'm back. I also put a little lunch in. Look at me being all productive. Let's see. Oh, there's still a minute of ads left, huh? That's okay. We can watch the fruits together. I hope you guys are having a good day. Having good snacks and all that. Observing. Observing. I wish they'd spice it up. Like, I know this is meant for babies. And babies probably don't have any concept of... I don't know. Getting bored of seeing the same thing over and over again. But, I don't know. I wish they'd try something besides a fruit or a veggie. I've been doing a whole lot of nothing. I have zero work today? Oh. What do you do on days where you have zero work? Like, do you still get paid? Or are you just, like, out of luck? Also, the strawberry is a bit too smooth. I don't know. I don't like how smooth it is. I feel like it should be textured like the raspberry is. But every time I've tried a different baby sensory that wasn't Hey Bear, I got, crucified. Like what? I don't know, like a snail. Or maybe some postage stamps. Some flowers. Something a little different. Okay. I think everybody should be out of ad jail, perhaps. Okay, looks good. Back to the show. I've been doing nothing today. I have zero work. What are you doing then? Take a guess. Well, no, I mean like work-wise. Like, Are you in trouble? Like, if there's no work, are you screwed, or is it like you get paid to do nothing? That kind of thing. Postage stamps? Yeah, wouldn't that be cute? I really like postage stamps. It's my favorite thing to go to the post office and pick out stamps. They're expensive, but you know, it's fun to see all the options. I think the best stamps I ever got were these scratch and sniff ice cream ones, you know? Just thinks I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Welcome back. You're so brave. Did you get any cool ads? Did you get the Griffin Burns Red Bull ad? That's the best one. I can't think of any others. Oh, one time I was watching a friend's stream and I got hit with ads and I got one for Fire Force Season 3. That was kind of interesting. I haven't seen Fire Force, but I was excited to see like an anime ad. That was fun. I don't have work every day often. Tuesdays and Wednesdays I usually have off, but it changes here and there. Oh. That makes sense. Yo, happy weekend to you. I guess it's your Saturday then, huh? Fire Force Season 3 has been fun so far. I don't really know anything about Fire Force. Is it a little bit suspicious? Like, is it kind of like the, what is it called? What's the, like, food-related anime that's, like, low-key a little suspicious? And there's, like, honey drizzling on people. I forgot what that's called. But in my head, Fire Force and that one are, like, in the same boat. Food ways, yeah, that's it. Is it similar? Similar concept? Ah, thank you for the hydrate. Pyrometers fight fire ghouls is the best way to sum it up. And yeah, it's a little sussy here and there. I don't think like clothes burn off. Is that real or did I just like dream about that? I don't know. A lot of my friends are really, really into anime. And I like anime that I've seen. I just don't watch a whole lot of it. I wanna lay in the grass. It's unfortunately real. Unfortunately. Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess... I don't know what else to do. I guess I could look for the letter C in the pinwheels. Just the other day, Nose was telling me about a cute little leash she met. But when she tried to be its friend, all it wanted to talk about was how much it hated bunnies. How could someone hate bunnies? I just don't understand some people. Wait, I thought you had quests for me. Yo, Kel, what's up? You look like you've grown just a bit taller. Maybe one day you'll even be taller than Hero. Hee. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's complete ones, I see. For some reason I thought complete would be at the top. Wow! So many quests are done. Okay, we have to find a pet rock. Slay some bunnies. And, find Basil. Okay, so maybe we can look for the letter C and kill some bunnies. I thought they made a special character to justify the sussiness. Sushi Okubo when I fucking find you. What's the sussiest anime you ever seen? Maybe that's like a bad question to ask. What's the sussiest anime you ever seen that's like you didn't mean to be watching a sussy anime? I tried to watch the gambling one. Kakeguri? Is that it? I don't know. I tried to watch that one and I was like, yo, this is weird as hell. I didn't even make it past the first episode. So many people are like, this is so peak, but nobody warned me that it was sussy. I thought it was just about gambling. And then I was like, why are you making those noises? So I stopped watching it. I am the all-range atomic happiness. Jokes aside, you are. Hello, Cinephox. Atomic happiness sounds pretty awesome. Yo, it's good to see you. Yo. Okay, good. That was gonna be my answer too. Yo, twins. Same. I was hoping for just some gambling. Didn't expect MFs to be busting nuts over roulette. Yeah. 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 I'm gonna stay quiet. That's fine. That's fair. Also, when I was in high school, I think I've said this before, but I was in an anime club, and there is this one guy who was a little bit of a freak bob, but I didn't really know that. But anyway, he was talking about High School DxD, and he was like, yo, I watch it for the plot. It's a really good anime, and I really care about the story. Like, the plot is so good. I'm tired of all this hate. And I was like, oh, well, since you're defending it so bad, like, it must be a really good plot. And I watched it. And, yeah, that one's pretty sussy too, but I didn't turn it off. I was like, oh, surely it gets better and more regular since my acquaintance was so, I don't know, passionate about it. It low-key didn't get better. Like, it was a good show, but, I don't know. I don't think anyone's watching that one for the plot. It was good though. I liked it. There's giant pinwheels here. Between giant pinwheels. Okay. Surely there's a letter C somewhere between these. Squawk! Train station. Squawk, squawk! Foggy Bridge. Oh, we also have a train ticket. But maybe the story wants us to go on the train. Maybe that's the natural progression. Oh, a bunny. Anyway, females got some freaky genetics. Yeah. 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 It do be like that sometimes. You kind of get that sentiment. Infinity Nikki is in the kind of category, sort of. I saw someone play it. The story was surprisingly good from what I would expect. Wait, sorry. Nikke. Ew, what am I fighting right now? Nikke. I think I saw someone streaming Nikke. Get that mixed up! I think I was a little confused because I think Infinity Nikki is maybe one of the wholesomest games I have ever played in my whole life. But yeah. I don't know anything about the Nikke story. I just know that it's a little sussy. But I would believe you if you say it's good. Big strong tree. Kinda messed up to attack a tree. If it's strong, maybe we flex on it. What does Faust sound like a German tank? Well, there's probably a German tank called Faust. I know that's a common German name. One time, one of the first times a streamer DM'd me, we were just talking about our lives, and she was like, "Oh, by the way, are you in Germany? Because your name is Faust." I was like, "No, no, I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm from the United States." Man, this tree is really strong, huh? A gentle breeze blows across the leaves. Can we make the tree sad? I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Omori reads a sad poem. Wait, and he like went so fast. Is the tree sad or no? I think it was impervious to my poem. Run, it's a strong wood soldier. Man. But imagine how much XP I would get if I defeated a big strong tree. Fast, the legendary Hinsa truck wagon? Hansa truck wagon sounds kinda sus. I'll try one more time, and if this one doesn't do anything, then I guess I'll run. Oh man. I feel like if you're persistent, there's probably a way. But that's so weird. It's like invisible. Panzer Chuckwagon is tank in German? Wow. I'm learning so much, Fo, today. Okay, I'm not seeing any letters. Okay. Back to slaying bunnies, I guess. Oh, maybe I should see if Basil's plants are good. If they need watering. Oh my goodness, they do need watering. Can't let them die. Oh my goodness, I've been doing a bad job. Omori gained 1 heart? Aww. That's sweet. A flower. Okay. Man. I thought the normal walking pace was good. Now that I know about shift, I feel like I gotta run everywhere for real. Oh man. Well, good thing we came here to check. I'd hate Basil to come back and every single one of his plants are dead. Aubrey gained a heart. Oh, these are Aubrey's flowers. Cute. Ooh. The cacti are pretty resilient. The zoomies, I know. Got the zoomies for real. Omori gains 1 heart. Oh my goodness, getting so many. Can Kel water them? Oh, I think that's all the flowers. Ah, yes, some delicious fruits. Okay, flowers watered. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Killing bunnies. I think they needed to kill, like, a lot of bunnies for the leaf guy to be happy. I want to say it was, like, 17. Hello. Oh, look, 2 of them. Perfect. Goodbye, bunny. Not the bunnies, listen. I don't have anything against bunnies, but I need the quest giver to be happy with me. Oh, you are not a bunny. Don't touch me, please. Where was it? What is this? Oh. Yo! You were not here before. I want to pet this dog. You pet the dog! Oh. You felt something in your hand. You got life gem. Oh! I got an achievement for petting the dog. This is so awesome. The bunnies look kind of sus. What? They're just circles. Is there something sus about circles? Don't let Holly know. I won't tell her if you don't. Oh man, I was hoping it was 2 bunnies. Quite like rebound. Yay! Surely that's enough. Surely. Ah! Okay, sorry. Got a notification, I had to check it. Maybe this isn't the way. I don't remember there being a train station at the end of the bridge. I must have missed it. Those bunnies be 2 rounds? What's wrong with being 2 rounds, huh? Oh. Wait, I gotta find a way to get that. What letter is it? R. The end of a plank, though. I thought that would be more of a hint. Here. A long bridge. Oh, the wise rock. And he got his advice. Yo, look how many clams I have, though. We are so clammed up. Has anybody ever tried clams? My friend really likes clam chowder, but I never tried it. Yes? Was it good? Sorry, I feel like I've talked about clams before. Yes? Yes, you tried it, or yes, it was good? Goodbye, bunny. This art style is so cute. It looks like if somebody colored with crayon, but the crayon was made out of pixels. They're decent. I think I watched like an episode of Good Mythical Morning, if you guys have ever seen that. I don't remember if it was... Oops. I don't remember if it was clams or oysters. But one of them, Link absolutely hated. It's like they're so slimy and gross. And I think that just kind of turned me off to the idea of them. I love clam chowder. I don't know what chowder is. Is it like soup? Like creamy soup? Wait. Train station, Froggy Bridge. Oh, I didn't know. Oops. I thought there were like 2 different ends of a map, but I guess it goes in a big circle. Now, if only I could remember what button pulls up the map. It's like a stew? Oh. Think oysters are slimier? They're both in shells, right? I don't know. In my head I imagine every mollusk in a shell probably tastes similar. Ah, get me out of here. Does anybody know what button the map is? Oh, it's W. I found it. Oh, it does loop. It's just hard to tell. Okay, the train station maybe takes us here. Interesting. But where's... Train station up here? Oh. I get it. The line has not moved even a little bit. Although I think this is a different customer. I think last time it was someone dancing. What tomfoolery is this? I demand you let me see my family at once. Do I look like a tom to you? Screaming in my ear ain't gonna make the train run any faster, lady. Interesting. Okay. I slayed bunnies. Hello, fellow bunny hater. By looking into your eyes, I can see that you have killed 25 bunnies. Splendid. I see you destroyed more bunnies. That's 25 bunnies obliterated. Thank you so much, fellow bunny hater. Bunny ears. Oh my goodness. I never wore bunny ears before. Now go on and destroy more bunnies. How many? I have to double that number. Whew. Gonna take so long. Okay. Helps you hear better. 12 speed and 3 defense. What does a blanket do? 1 defense, 10 hearts. I like speed. You have some speed, please. Little guy with bunny ears. Wait, but how do I use my train station ticket? Do I just have to wait for this line to move? Is this for the train or is this for lemonade? Or both? La, 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 la. Okay. Looking good. Squawk! Line starts here. Maybe you have to progress other things for the line to move up. What is that cave? I've surely been there before. Oh, and we found candy. Okay, 20 more bunnies to go. Or sorry, 22 more bunnies to go. Wait, I swear I saw a cave. Ugh, darn it. Okay. Oh, you don't have enough for rebound. Rebound is my favorite. Be so clam rich. Oh, a hard bulb. You can hear something struggling inside. Can Aubrey whack it? Maybe not. I don't remember what Kel's power is. I don't think it's a hit thing, though. Oops. Didn't mean to do that, but it works. Huh. I guess that's for later. No. Oh, it's okay. There's a bunny. Everybody's attack lived. Oh. Oh well. Didn't need it anyway. I was gonna wait to find a picnic to restore Kel's juice, but I guess I have a whole lot of stuff. Might as well use it. Two cherry sodas for him. Okay, I guess let's get a snow cone. A station for Pluto spaceline. Do you wanna wait here for Pluto? Yeah. Is everyone strapped in? Wait, hold on, I'm not ready yet. I guess it'll always have to be a dangler, huh? Greetings and welcome to Pluto spaceline. Where will your journey take you today? So you wanna go to the other world? Yeah. You got it. I just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Gwahahaha. Bye, thanks. Okay. Well, I guess I can also go to the recycle machine. If I can remember. Oh, hi. Oh. Ominous little ghosty. Oh, it's snowing. I love the snow. Where are my friends? Watermelons are my favorite part of summer. Oh. I guess it's not summer anymore. Tentacle is poking out of the ground. Oh. Kind of, spooky, huh? A wish? But what should I wish for? I have everything I could want right here. Aw, that's cute. It's a good attitude to have, I think. Are you going on ahead? Don't worry about us. We'll catch up in a minute. Okay. This looks like that map in Transit? Ooh, I haven't heard of Transit. Is that a game? Or a show? Also, hi Raku! Why is it so sad? Mari's cookies. Mari's cookies have much more love baked into them. I could eat them forever. It's nice. We're still young. We should dream big, right? Omori seems like he's a little too aware of things for his age. Is that basil? I can't really tell. Looks sort of basilish. There is nothing here. Oh. This year, you get just one present from all of us. A guitar? Maybe, perhaps? Nothing here, okay. Just want to make sure I'm not missing any lore. Hmm. I don't really like that the light in the barn is red. Like I'm gonna jump in there and there's gonna be like a serial killer. This game is so good. I'm getting reminded of when I played it in 2020. Like, that's so much. That's so awesome. When did this game come out? 2020 was a while ago. This isn't a snow cone. December 2020? Oh. I had no idea. The red light is scary, but I guess this looks whimsical. Guess it'd count as me playing back in 2021. And that's like 5 years ago. Where did the music go? Play. Oh. Who are you? Sheet music on a music stand. All the notes have been scribbled out. Interesting. Oh, it's a light bulb. It's like the Omori symbol. I thought that was a news. A happy family. Their faces look like they're maybe scribbled out too. But maybe it's just low resolution. Staircase of forever. Okay, well... Within a large stream. Huh. Well, I'm gonna go now. Oh. Oh, I don't really like that. Ugh! Whoa. Basil? Uh... Uh... I don't love being in here with no door. Meow. Waiting for something to happen? Tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Has there always been heartbeats in this room? Creepy. Subaru Aura monster? Aura indeed. I want spending time with a frog. That sounds kind of nice. E-E-E-A-E. The two-letter word is probably in or to. Or maybe am. Well, no, it can't be am. We already used A. I guess in my head I was thinking it'd be good to collect all the keys, but maybe if it's Hangman, I should try to only collect the ones for the puzzle. Much to think about. Let's look at the sketchbook. I think this is the same. I don't really remember this one, but I think it was probably the same. I just don't remember it. Oh, are these my friends? Drowning? The white snake makes a lot of appearances. He's in space and he's also on the staircase. Must be important somehow. It's kind of weird that there is a slide on the playground and this one has blood on it. Kind of not great. Not the most ideal news. Okay. A light bulb hangs from the ceiling, wherever it is. Look into the light bulb? It's pitch black inside. This light bulb is always the same. Can't see a thing. Human sacrifice. On the playground? Maybe. Hopefully not. Worried about Basil. Suppose there's nothing else to do? Yeah, there's no door though. Usually when there's no door, there's something to find. Like I got a knife in here once. Oh. But I'm not seeing much. Maybe I have to stab again? Maybe I can touch the hand. Oh. I don't want to stab him. I like him. Okay. Big strong tree. Wow, it's so big and strong. That's so helpful. Wow, I got so many of this filled out. I think we read all of this. It is said that wormholes are capable of connecting widely separated regions of space and time, but this one's just a worm. I don't like how it wiggles. Relic of the past. It seems awfully cheerful despite its impending fall into obscurity. I used to collect these a while ago, so this is where they all went. Ancient form of accessing communication networks. Makes a horrible ear-piercing noise when used. This sound reminds me of the good old days. I really hate dial-up sounds. It fills me with fear. Revived spirit of a boombox, a portable method of transporting loud noises. An aerial predator capable of swooping up unsuspecting passengers at Mach speed. Never know where you end up once you board a shark plane. Kicks snow at you when it's angry, capable of creating the world's smallest snowstorm. Think it'll melt if we put it in the sun. And I think... Oh, download the window is this error. That one was kind of weird. Yeah, pity! The fierce alter ego of Captain Spaceboy, captain of the Space Pirates. He comes out when Captain Spaceboy is angry, commands the planets of the solar system with the heart of no one. Oh. Oh, there's a lot of blank space. I saw this and I was like, wow, we're like almost done filling this up, but we're not. Stab the creature? I don't think I can. Also, why would I? That's a kitty cat. Is that your dial-up impression? Oh no, I think it's quite spooky. I don't quite like it. Okay, I guess we're stabbing Omori. Against our will. Poor baby. I hope that's not real. I hope that's just like a dream or something. Been stabbed twice now. Oh, pay attention everyone. This seems important. That paper's falling down. At that time, I saw everything. When you stood here before, did you see it too? Basil? Something behind you. Basil? You okay? 3 days left! Of what? That's so ominous. Okay. Don't like that. What a well-dressed young fella. My achievement is called Good Morning. Is this Blorgle? Yo! The Return of Blorgle. My stream title wasn't a lie after all. Huh. Whenever Omori was by, like, stuff he was afraid of, there was, like, those weird tentacle things. Like when he was by the water. I wonder if that's what happened to Basil. Very, very comfortable bed. Hi, Blorgle. This is a note from Mommy. I left some food in the fridge for you downstairs. It's steak, your favorite. Love you, XOXO. We have to eat more microwave steak. I'm gonna play blackjack, of course. Oh. Why is it an oil rig? You got $100. How much do you wanna bet? I think 25 is good. What is this? I just got a blackjack right off the bat. I like the check PNGs. Ace can be 1 or 10, correct? I don't remember. I guess I'll stay if ace can be high. Tie? Nine. I think that's good. Yippee. We'll go 100 then. Jackin' for what the? Oh, and now I have 20. That's good, right? What is the point of this? 5. Hit. Oh. I love gambling. What? I don't think I know how this works, actually. Stay. Okay. Hit. 16. Hit. That's 18. Stay. Oh. How would you rate my blackjack skills? Do you think I'm doing okay? 18. Lose. Yo. My money. 16. I heard that you're supposed to stay at 18 in general, but maybe it was 17. I don't really know. Hit. Yay! Hit. Stay. Stay. I lose. Man, this game sucks actually. Hit. Stay. Aw, man. Game over. Sigh. Well, that was fun. You have a new message. Hey, Blorgle, it's Mommy. How are you doing? Are you eating well? I was hoping I could make it back to see you today, but it's the last day of a big furniture sale, and I just can't resist a good bargain. You can take care of yourself for a few days, right? A furniture sale? Can you not come home after a furniture sale? After all, you're a big boy now. Remember to finish your choice before I get back. I left a list on the table next to your door. Okay, that's it for now. Mommy loves you. Bye, honey. Bzz. Don't feel like doing your chores right now. I feel like last time I was here, I didn't feel like doing my chores. I guess let's gamble again. There's gotta be an achievement if you do a good job gambling. Oh. I thought that went over. Looks good to me. Stay. Yippee! 11. Oh, this one's going a lot better actually. It is at 19. Stay. Tie. 17. Is 17 stay or hit? Maybe hit. Oh, that's not great. It's okay, we got plenty of money. 20? Yippee! 15. Wow. This feels a little bit rigged in my favor, but I guess I'm not complaining. Okay, maybe I'll play the 2000. And if that isn't an achievement, then I'll just quit. Oh. 18, stay. I'm the little guy mining for diamonds right now. Hi. Never mind. I'm mining for nothing. Is this what Galacho is like? You lose. Oh. Stay. Let me have it, please. Oh, that's good. Oh, man. Gamba? Yeah! Pretty cool, huh? I want 2,000, but it's not going so hot. Oh, man. This does not bode well. Gimbo for Jan. Guys, this is not great. I play Omori for the plot. I love caroling. I don't really know what the point of this is. Oh, yippee. F indeed. Wait, hold on. I'm almost to my goal of 2,000. Something's gotta happen when you get to 2,000. Surely. Stay. Yeah. Okay. Just one more. Hit. Ooh, 18. We stay on 18, probably. Yeah. Nothing even happened. What's the point of all this? I quit. Okay, let's go eat microwave steak, I guess. Last time the door was knocking, I ignored it. And everything was fine. But admittedly, I'm curious. Guess I'll check it out. Hello? Hello? Blorgle? Are you there? Do you remember me? It's your old friend Kel. This reeks of Skinwalker. So, I, noticed the for sale sign in front of your house. Oh, wait, maybe it's not a Skinwalker. I think the mommy character said that Kel called a lot. So maybe it's not weird that he showed up. And I, heard from my mom that you were moving away soon. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out one more time before you go, or whatever. For old time's sake, you know? That sounds nice. What would you like to do? Open the door. Is this the new house, or is this just the current house all packed? Aw, cute shirt. Aw. He's not blue. He's so cute. Oh, well, I'm glad I opened the door. The knocking was just kind of scary. Well, you actually came out. I mean, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, Blorgle. I really didn't expect you to come out today, so I don't really have a game plan here. He's so real for that. Hey, I know. Let's go to Hobbies. It's the hobby shop in the faraway plaza. You remember the way, right? We used to go there all the time when we were kids. Aww. Well, what are we waiting for? Ah, he's so cute. It's the Omori? It is! It so is, so real. Bring back the Smurfs? Aw, you don't like Cal with brown hair? You like him with blue hair better? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wait, he's still so excitable. Even though he's a little bit older. This is so awesome. Huh. He's got a basketball now. In the bag! That's like a Tamagotchi rock. That's so cute. Oh, and I got $30. A pinwheel blows freely in the wind. An empty picnic basket. Okay, let's save. Let's save over this one. Whoa! Thank you for the 30 stream streak. That's so kind of you. This is so awesome. How's Blorgle doing? I think he's doing okay. He doesn't say much, but at least he's hanging out with his friends. Do you save before opening the door? Yes. I'm trying to remember last time I saved. It wasn't too long ago. A classy white mailbox. For sale sign with big red sold sticker on it. Your house has been sold. In 3 days, you'll be moving somewhere else. Oh! Okay, so 3 days left just means moving. It's not 3 days left to live or anything. Fire hydrant. You shouldn't walk in the street, Blorgle. That's dangerous. Okay. Wait, hold up, Blorgle. I know it's been a while since you've been over at my place, but now might not be a good time. Wait, but I want to pet your dog. He's so cute. Basketball hoop? What's Kel's basketball hoop? Seems a little dangerous out in the street like that. Yeah, that's weird. Surprised it's not in the driveway. Oh, 3 lawn flamingos? Now that's classy. Plastic flamingos decorate this yard. They seem to be in good spirits. Man, I want a plastic flamingo, but I don't have a yard. Row of colorful trash cans. The black trash can is for trash, the blue trash can is for recyclables, the green one is for nature stuff. Knock knock. There's no response. Empty birdhouse filled with sticks and dust. Oh, I was hoping maybe that'd be Audrey's house. Sorry, Aubrey, not Audrey. What is this? Statue of a religious figure. Feels as if it's judging you. Oh yeah, I have a sudden hankering to backseat your gameplay. We know that's just the instincts of the Twitch chatter. Oh no. You know, not a single person has tried to backseat this time. Or, like, spoil anything, so that's pretty slay. There must have just been something in the air last time. The plastic flamingo anywhere if you're brave enough? Maybe I'll put it out on, like, my balcony. Yeah, that'd be kind of awesome. I just have nothing to stick it in. It'd have to be, like, taped. Taped down to the banister. Big red stop sign. I don't know which way hobbies is, to be honest with you. Let's try not cross. Oh. There's a lot of streets to cross. And the map doesn't work. Maybe because it's a Monday? All the kiddos are in school? Well, it's Tuesday for me. But yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe people are at work and school. First streams are where people be like, heh. Oh. So maybe my mistake was putting like first stream in the title last time. I'm facepalming so hard right now. I don't even know what day it is. It's okay. Oh, are you the same cat from the White Room? You're very cute. It's not the way to hobbies. Remember, Blorgle, it's in the town plaza north of here. Oh, okay. Sorry, buddy. Just running across the street, not looking any which way. Whoa, faraway park. Future belongs to the dreamers. Yo. Wait, why is this literally the same little guys? Oh, they're not real. It's all in my head. Slide smells like rusty metal. A teddy bear. Hey, a cow in the jungle gym. Large metal cat. You remember it being a lot bigger. Pail and shovel? Yo, stinker. The stench of this man is indescribable. Smelly hobo. What you making that face for, bub? Is there something on my face? Oh, sorry. Oh, hey. What's up? What you doing here, Kel? You from around this part of town? Oh, whoa, I didn't expect to see you here, Jay. Blorgle, this is Jay. He's the captain of the football team at my high school. Oh, they're in high school. I didn't know you played basketball too. I'm just here to kill time. More of a hobby than anything. Trying out for the basketball team this year, right, Kel? Maybe you can teach me some of your tricks. Yeah, definitely. That sounds like fun. But maybe another time. My childhood friend Blorgle here is leaving town in the next few days, so we're hanging out all day today. I'll definitely catch up with you later, though. Sure, we can set something up next week. Same time, same place? Yup, sounds good. See you then. Kel is so sweet. We are recycletists, followers of the holy bin. As all have littered, almost accepts that they are trash. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. They say the same thing. That's fun. Being a hobo in the 1970s is truly an impressive feat. Maybe he just wants to be a hobo. 3 hours! Yo! Yo-yo. It's really interesting that this is so parallel to the other place. Tetherball pole smells like rusty metal. An artist is diligently sketching away. Whoa, that's a cool drawing of the park you have there. Ah, oh, hi there. Thank you. I'm just practicing. That's what you call practicing? But it looks so real. Bet you could even sell that for money. Don't you think so, Blorgle? Yeah, I'll agree with Kel. I like Kel. See? Even Blorgle agrees with me. Heck, I'd buy that from you right now. Hey, Blorgle, can you lend me $20? Haha, thanks. It's so nice of you, but it's not for sale. It's for my portfolio. Trying to get into art school next year. Ah, darn. That's too bad. That would look great on my bedroom wall. You really think so? My name is Mincy. What's yours? I'm Kel, and this is Blorgle. He's so personable. Sumers did not invent hobos. I think Mesopotamia did. Yeah. I imagine there have been unhomed people for as long as there's been homes. I reckon. Hi, Kel and Blorgle. It's nice to meet both of you. Nice to meet you too, Mincy. Huh? What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I'm the first person to say something positive about my drawings. Sometimes when I'm feeling down, it makes me question myself. It gets hard to move my pencil. No way. I don't believe that at all. I really think your drawing is great. I love it. Wouldn't be able to do that in a million years. So don't be so hard on yourself, Mincy. Me and Blorgle believe in you. No way, his name is Blorgle? Oh, we named him. We named him Blorgle. Do you like it? Hi, Ryan. Welcome in. Is this the 70s? I don't know. They have a dial-up phone. And the computer is like one of those old, like, boxy ones. But that's all I know. Sigh. Yeah, you're right. Just gotta shake off those bad feelings. I'll try to buckle down and finish this now. That's the spirit. See you around, Mincy. You got this. I think they had home computers in the 70s. Maybe it's the late 90s? Or like early 2000s? Not sure. I don't have a super strong concept of when different technologies were released. Pretty boy. Life's been kind of stressful lately, but people watching out here helps you put things into perspective. I might make it a habit to come to this park more often. Guess sometimes all it takes to relax is to stop and smell the roses. That's the second time the game mentioned that. Hello, youngins. I don't know if you've been watching where you're stepping, but there's quite a bit of trash around this town. If you happen to find any, can you bring it to me so I can dispose of it properly? Come on, youngins. Let's help the world one step at a time. Oh, I guess I'll be in this real world area for a while. We're getting quests and all. I'm on my way to the church, but it's a ritual of mine to take a quick stroll before delivering my sermons. I've had horrible stage fright ever since I was a child, but a scenic walk always seems to calm my nerves. Pretty boy. I love pretty boys. And pretty girls. Just pretty people in general. My favorite. A fruit cart. Mostly full of apples. Actually, it looks like there's only 2 apples and 3 bananas, so I don't think the game knows what it's talking about. Hi, Darren! Hi. Happy Tuesday! Uff. 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 Drink apple juice. Have you ever heard the phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? The same concept applies to apple juice. Apple juice supports hydration. It contains beneficial plant compounds. It may support heart health. It may also protect your brain as you age. There are no downsides as far as I'm concerned. Yo, that sounds like good advice. I love apple juice. A fruit cart? More like a fruit fart. Hey, yo. What? Mix of what? What is a croot? Oh, a picnic basket, but no Mari. Looks good to me. Don't believe his lies. Apple juice is a sugary temptress, but it's also awesome. So, have you considered that? Have you considered that it's really, really yummy? Olive beanie. When I was younger, my family used to go to this park a lot. I remember there being a lake with a statue in the middle. I can't find it anywhere. Lake with a statue? I wonder if that's what this used to be. All the actual healthy stuff is in the skin of the apple? I don't know. That's not what Apple Guy said. And Apple Guy has apple in his name, so I think he's probably pretty trustworthy. It's so yummy and I have to resist with all my might to not start gulping it down. Gulp. I eat the core for maximum nutrient. Oh, I've never tried that before. You eat the stem too? Guess you can't use the vending machines. Alright, lady, I got some trash for you. Hello, youngins. I see you have some trash with you. Thanks. I'll be sure to dispose of this properly. Here's $4 for your help. $1 per trash bag? That's a pretty good bargain. Now we have $34. Do any apple seeds that are full of poison? I don't know. What if you eat... sorry, what if you drink apple seeds? This guy says... there's no downsides. So surely if you just put a whole entire apple in a blender... then it's like... Gucci. Sem is a tasty dessert. The seeds are my favorite. Crunchy. Juice seeds? Seed juice? Yeah. Yeah. Seed juice. You think that'd be good? A water fountain. You see coins at the bottom. Can I steal? I guess I'm not allowed to steal. I just made a wish that I'd meet my one true love today. Yo, what if that's me? Come on, Blorgle. Let's go to hobbies first. Yeah, but I want to talk to this guy. Hobbies, Geno's, Other Mart. Fixie? Yo. There's trash though. That's $2. Yeah. Take the coin, seal the wishes. Find that kid's coin? I'm trying. But this game hates me and hates having fun. Wait, Kells has encourage. Oh, he used to have annoy. I guess he's grown up a bit. Calm down. Sunny is just like me. I never go outside. Never go outside. Oh. Oops. Parked car. Can we do that for all of them? Oops. Oops. I like the green one. It's a nice color, green. I have annoy too. What a good skill to have. A coin? Give me that. Oh. It did not add to my dollars. Womp womp. Wait, where's the alarm for this one? Well, this one's not even secured. Make a wish? Oh, I wish for more coins. Getting late again for me, boss. I'm gonna head to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, Oza. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have the sweetest dreams ever. Means you can steal it. Yo, this one's goofy too. Oh wait, there it goes. Maybe I have to be closer to the front. Get me in there. I don't know how to steal. Alright, let's go to hobbies. Oh! Space boyfriend, what are you doing here? Well, here we are at hobbies. It's probably been a while since you were here. Oh, this is just like, V-Stock a little bit. It hasn't really changed all that much. The same old stuff. Having Space Boy games, sweetheart movies, a few pet rocks. Except now they're vintage. Actually, since you're here, I should probably buy a gift for Hero. He's in college right now, but he should be coming back sometime tomorrow. He's in college. They're so grown up. That prick parked on the line between two spots. Ticket them! Oh, I'm not a narc. It's asking to be stolen. I want a vintage pet rock. I think pet rocks are like Tamagotchis in this game. He's studying to be a doctor, so maybe I should buy him some medicine? Imagine being like, here you go, bro. Here's some Tylenol since you want to be a doctor so bad. No, that's a horrible idea. You should help pick out the gift, Blorgle. Let's look around and see what there is. He's so sweet. I love Kel. Now where's Aubrey though? Small figurines? Well, he's been fond of these little guys. Kira would get mad at me for spending my lunch money on them though. Let's not remind him of that. Comics? Looking through these comics brings back so many memories. Just like old times, huh, Blorgle? Kira was never too interested in comics though. Some colorful CDs. Maybe you could play them at a jukebox. These CDs look pretty cool, but I think Kira would appreciate something more sentimental. Let's keep looking. I mean, it sounds like Kel has something in mind, and I'm slacking. It's okay to narc on someone who's making everyone stay worse. That's kind of good wisdom. No, buy medicine. I would love ibuprofen as a gift. Like, ugh, I do have a headache. You know me so well. Really? Let me write that down. Good information to have. The place is kind of small, but it has a lot of old and rare collectibles. People even come all the way from the city to shop here. Okay, this is the same sort of comics. My favorite novel just got a comic adaptation. But the main character looks nothing like how I imagined him. Oh, that's unfortunate. Vending machine? Poster for a new game where you can travel across different worlds. Nothing you haven't seen. A game called Captain Space Boy's Space Adventure. Costs $1 to play. Hey Blorgle, let's get Hero's gift first. You can play later. An old video game console system hooked up to a TV. I already have this console, Blorgle. I don't think I can afford two. Picky. Yeah, Clell, clearly you want one thing in particular. Why are you making me do this guessing game? Yeah. It's okay, we still love Kel. I feel like every time I see you, I ask you if you have ibuprofen anyway. Yeah, but if I could get you your own bottle, it'd be a pretty good gift, huh? A poster for a new game where you can run around and fight evil monsters. On skateboards. Bunch of small figurines. It's the same as the ones on the table. Yes! This is perfect. Papa's chips chip off the old block comic book. Wow, that's a mouthful. Hiro had a copy of this when we were kids, but our dog Hector destroyed it. Wait! His pet rock's name was Hector. That's cute. He's going to be so happy when he sees this. But before that, we need to ask the most important question. How much does it cost? $20! This is extortion. Shoot, I left my wallet at home. What? He's like, I want to go buy my brother a gift. I'm gonna leave my wallet at home. What a goober. I love him. Stupid rock! Bro, that's messed up. It's a pet rock. That's awesome. Can you spot me, Blorgle? I'll pay you back, I promise. Thanks, friend. I knew I could count on you. Didn't even have a choice. We took Hero's gift off the shelf. It ain't got no brain. Yeah, I think that endears me to him, though. Oh no, this is expensive. I said I want it. Real. Relatable. An interesting poster. Wow, the monster in this poster looks so realistic. I thought fighting that would be a tough battle. Oh, yeah, let's battle. I thought that would only happen in the dream sort of world. Oh, where is Kel? You do that too, huh? Well, I haven't, but I feel like that's a good strategy. My pet rock stole my wallet. Be a pal? Real ain't you. This looks like low-key dangerous. I miss Kel. Jackson inches forward, you can't escape. Oh, he's not that healthy. Jackson takes 16 damage. Get him! Ah, what is this face? I remember this. Is this Chainsaw Man? Yeah. It's Jackson. How do we feel about this face? Is that what he looks like under the mask? Kinda poggers. Oh. Interesting. Hello? Blorgle? Earth to Blorgle. Whoa, a CD fell from behind the poster. Weird. Wonder who hid it there. I guess you can just take it? I don't think you can just take a CD if it's in a store, even if it's hidden. That's probably illegal. Can be played at a jukebox. It used to make wishes. Oh. Maybe I should use the coin for a wish. Adverb cutout of Captain Swiss Boy. A capsule machine! $3? It's expensive. In that movie, All Hallows Eve, or was it Cinco de Mayo? Oh, I remember. He's Jackson from Freaky Friday. Freaky Friday? Where they switch bodies? I don't think that's quite right. Me hiding K-pop albums when I forget my wallet? Yeah, that's equally goofy to go to a store and forget your wallet. You're just like Kel for real. Hey, shopkeep. Would you like to buy this cookbook, please? Kel, how have you been, buddy? It's been a while since you come around, hasn't it? Ah, that's Papa's chips. Chip off the old Block comic book. I see you have good taste. Yeah, my brother used to follow his recipes all the time. That's so cute. Hold on, I'm missing my little Kirby. My little Kirby armrest, hold on. Okay, crisis averted. I forgot my wallet. Real. Blorgle, buy me this K-pop album. This doesn't look like the type of place to have K-pop, but maybe it would. Maybe it'd be hidden among the CDs. His cookies were my favorite. It's rare that I see another fan of Papa Chip's work. That'll be $20, please. My money. Thank you, kind sirs. Please enjoy. Thanks a lot, Blorgle. I bet Hiro will love this. $13. I think I'd rather do the gacha than play a game. We got a green keychain. This is so awesome. Definitely not the 70s because that's a video game console with a controller. Oh. I think it's probably the 90s if I had to guess. If I was a betting man. 2 stars. But how many stars are there? Also, where did it go? Kel's got this pet rock, and it says it's his best friend. So, probably not good to replace that. Blorgle doesn't have anything. He can have the keychain. I don't want to spend all my money, but I want to try one more time. A purple ball. The keychain was much better. Is my daughter Gertrude alright? Or whatever her name was? Ew, Gertrude. No, Dilsey. Her name is Aubrey. I'm not sure where she is. We're like in the real world, and everyone's all grown up. So, I don't really know what she's up to. I'm sure we'll see her soon, though. Splurtude? Aubrey, I knew it. Second guess? I don't know. Gertrude seems way off the mark. New video game called Super Ultra Sprout Mole Eater Revenge of the Moles 3. Playing cards are scattered across the table. Okay, one more time. A Slinky. A green Slinky. That's kind of awesome. I think that was worth $3. I need to get rich so that I can do that more. I'll take the purple ball if you don't want it. Yeah, you can have it. It's not horrible, but for $3, I was hoping for something a little more than a bouncy ball. So, where do you want to go now, Blorgle? Guess there's really not much to do around the suburbs, huh? Oh, how about the faraway park? Yeah, the park. Where are you going? Come back! We passed it on the way here. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Bro, we already went to the park. We talked to the stinky hobo and everything. Have you heard of the game Memories in Orbit? I think that comes out today? I haven't heard of it. Big spending today? Yeah. I like the little caption scenes. I'm lying, Lila? Why are you lying? Thank you for the 7-stream streak. I wish for $100. The coin fell straight to the bottom. I don't think I got my wish, actually. Was that a scam? Maybe we can steal from... Yo! Bananas. Just a bit underripe. Oranges. Orangeness. Oranges but yellow. Apples but green. Grapes. Grapes. Apples. My mom and I are here buying healthy stuff at the other mart because she threw away all the snacks in our house yesterday. I think she's been on a health craze since my dad's been only eating junk food lately. Why can't we do both? You're not so wasteful. Vegetables. Yo, carrots mentioned. My husband keeps eating junk food. I need to make sure he has a healthy meal. All the containers in this section can be recycled to create new containers over and over and over again. Such a beautiful concept, isn't it? My son Billy is such a stickler for the environment. He and his friends are always picking up trash around the town. It's good to see so many young people these days taking care of the planet. That's so awesome. Frozen stuff and lots of it. Cereal and cooking stuff. Wow, that's a lot of cereal. Oh yeah, I would have taken the snacks. That's real, they should have donated them for real. Flowers. Job posting. Yeah, we can read it. Tutor help wanted. Looking for a local math tutor for my son Brent. $20 today! Ah, I can do that. Please bring this flyer to my house for a quick interview. Give me that. You can gamble so much with that. Oh yeah, this is awesome. Don't worry, Brent, here I come. Tutor help wanted. Looking for a local language tutor for my daughter. What language? I'll take it. I don't really know what language. Dumbass chef hat. Bro, this chef hat is awesome. That's the meat man you're talking about. You work at a grocery store, bug. I've never heard somebody call somebody a bug before. What's wrong with working at a grocery store, huh? This is a bad map. I think it's comprehensive. I have one job, and it's to sell meat. Used for making hamburgers. I don't want that. I can't gamble with that. Chilled meat. Raw meat. Advertisements. Can't read this one. You ain't the gourmet? It could be. Meat mage. I thought the map was really good. I did too. It was easy to follow. Hey. Oh my god. I can't read that. I'm gonna say yes anyway. Okay. Oh, you're gonna take this job? That's cool. I'll just go hang out somewhere else. See you soon, Blorgle. Oh, that's kind of awkward. I give you weapon. You kill flies. Okay? Okay. Oh. Wait, this is like Miyajiro for real. You can go meet his demise for all I care. Yo, Dilphy, why are you here? Now go. Wait, I feel bad for Kel. He's just like somewhere. Oh. Ew. I love this. I forgot about this. This is weird as hell. Pacify landed on Blorgle's face. He hit himself in the face. Bro. Blorgle feels angry. Oh my goodness. It's okay. It's not so bad. Was Kel just sitting in the corner watching him do all this? Okay. At least they only take one hit to die. Yippee! Do I have to do that like a lot more times? A money machine. Yo! Give me that. Oh. I wish they let you steal. Bread. Smells toasty. Pie. Bread. Bread. Guess that's all. I would get angry too. I personally would not smack my face with a fly swatter even if a fly landed on me. But you know, that's just me. You know, maybe I don't have the same chutzpah that Blorgle does. I don't like how realistic the fly looks. Kinda gross. Oh. There's a thingy. Probably not good to smack a wasp. Oh well. Oh, he got stung pretty bad. That's why you don't have this job, I guess. Yeah, I guess the lady wouldn't hire me. Shouldn't leave while you have a job to do. Okay, well I think that's everything. I hope I get $20 for it. Good job. Other mart lady took back her fly swatter. You got $20! Oh my goodness. Hey Blorgle, how'd you do? While you were working, I decided to sit on a bench and talk to strangers. Man, that was fun. Well, I'm ready to go when you are. I love him. I love him. I hope he gets everything he wants in life. Well, since I have $25, maybe buying one meat is fine. Sure thing, bada bing. Okay, bye. I hope we meet again. That is cheesy as hell. I'm out of here. Oh. Consolation free. Medication fee. Kids need anything for cuts or scratches? A bandage. Heals 50 for $1? The first aid kit is just a bad deal. You could buy 3 bandages for $3. And it would be cheaper. And the exact same healing. I need a bandage though. All kinds of medicine. Bada bing. Hey, bada bing, bada boom. It's me, Hot Dog Hank. I'm in the Big Apple. Get out of here. I don't think we're in New York right now. We're in some weird little rural suburb. Yeah, but it's winter. Yeah, but you should heal outside a battle, right? I guess that makes sense. I'm more of a min-maxer, though. Sigh. Is there nothing I can do? Surely Blorgle won't take 59 damage. Bob. Nuh-uh. Your Honor, nuh-uh. There's so many types of tamales on the market now. I don't need any of that fancy stuff. Canned tamales are good enough for me. Canned tamales. Soda. Soda. Okay. Frozen stuff? Is this cereal? Cereal cooking stuff? Okay. Yo! Welcome. We hope our candy makes you smile. I told you, curtsy. It's smiley. Smiley. Wow. Not very kind. Yes, ma'am. Cardboard cutout of the shop owner. Seems a bit much. A giant lollipop. Seems a bit much. So much candy. Sensational sour gummies. Ooh, I do not like sour gummies. Chewy taffies. I like chewy taffies. I like saltwater taffy quite a bit. Wow, sweet gumballs. So much candy. Hey, this ain't the NYC where all the subways. Where's Lady Liberty to for that matter? I gotta get back. The people need me, yeah? What? Have fun? Your Honor, the X-ray shows her brain has wayside sand. Bro. An X-ray doesn't even show a brain. You need an MRI for that. Everybody knows that. I showed them penis flytrap. Thank you. Feed me Seymour. Okay. You guys are... You sure are saying words. Hi, it's me, a happy and cheery Miss Candace. What'd you like today? Smiley, smiley. A child's favorite food? Chocolate? Does this do anything? Please come again, or else. Smiley, smiley? I like candy, but... Well, I guess it's probably good to have it. One candy is probably good. Your Honor, the X-ray shows she has no brain. Darren gets it. Because your brain isn't made of bones! It wouldn't... A brain wouldn't show up. That's not how X-rays work. Ice, very cold. Vending machine. A wet mop. That's you guys. This is my Twitch chat right now. That's kind of fun. If you're feeling stressed, may I suggest some tea? Earl Grey and chamomile are good, but boba is my favorite. I love boba. Yummy. In my opinion, food is only a vehicle for sauce. Wow, these people are bored like crazy. Anyone ever watched that fire safety video where you had the smoke detector voiced by Gilbert Gottfried named Seymour Smoke? No. No, I didn't. Is it good? Your special case? Sorry they had to do things differently? Your brain wouldn't show up, I rest my case. Nobody's brain would show up. That's just not... That's just not how x-rays work. Be cool about fire safety. Can you recreate it for me? My brain would show up. Are there bones in your brain? Is your brain made of enamel? Cause like that's probably an issue. I'm Michael, the soon-to-be traveling musician. I've been playing guitar here at Town Plaza for years now, but I think I'm finally ready to move on. Will you help me reach my goal? Anything will help. Oh, I wanted to gamble with this, but I guess you can have $1. I like supporting artists, I guess. Looks like I still have quite a bit to go before I can afford to leave town. Thank you. Your turn? I'll play you an original song. Okay. Wow. I didn't know you knew KK Slider like that. Yeah? Oh. It's nice, Stillsy. This might be KK Slider. Shoot. Maybe I should have gave him all my money. Stop, Michael. So mean. I think it's a good song. Vocaloid mention? What Vocaloid is this? I like when he said, "Wee blah blah." Pizza. Hello. My name is Gino. I know what you're thinking, and no, I don't own this place. But they give me a free whole pizza for my birthday every year, so that's pretty cool. Well, happy birthday. Ordinary house plant, nothing special. A wooden barrel. My wife keeps telling me that I'm getting chubbier and chubbier, but I just can't help myself when we live so close to delicious food like Gino's Pizza. Oh. Pizza. Pizza. That's rough, buddy. Guys. Michaeloid Hatsune Maiku Ew. Sorry to my Michaels out there. It's not a problem with the name Michael, it's just Michaeloid not looking excellent. So, I see you're peeking at that help wanted poster that I put there. Are you interested in a job? Man, I feel bad. Kel's like waiting to go to the park, but I need gambling money. Cool. Let me help you get started. Oh, you're taking this job, Blorgle? In that case, I'll come back for you later. Work hard, okay? I love it. Oh, hell no, don't work at the pizza place? Why not? Surely working at a pizza place is always a good idea and nothing would ever go wrong there. Surely there are no horrors at working at a pizza place. I love Michaeloid? Man, don't say that. So you want to hear the good news or the bad news? I'll just start with the good news. So the good news is, we got 3 different pizza orders today. The bad news is, our delivery boy suddenly called in sick yet again. These customers are all regulars, so he stopped recording their addresses a long time ago. I can't remember where they live off the top of my head, but I do remember what their houses look like. Oh. Imagine you make your friend pay for a thing. They start getting paid jobs. That'd be kind of awesome. Me and who? Why are these people just enlisting child labor? Taking their turns with it too? No, it's okay, it's okay. He's in high school, I think. So, in theory, he could be old enough to have a job. Who can say? Ah, hell nah. He's just like me. This is how Describe your house. I'm on my way. That is the most chaotic thing I've ever heard. My ass could not remember good enough for that. Here, just take these notes and you'll be fine. Oh, it's written down. We're saved. We're saved. Okay, we got pizza notes. I'll go grab your uniform. Yeah, she did. Okay. Okay, buddy. That's enough from you. She doesn't even know what a house is. It's not my fault the housing market's so expensive. And I can only afford apartments. Don't be shy. Wear your uniform loud and proud. And remember, you have 3 pizzas to deliver. When you're done, just bike your way back to the shop. I'm counting on you. Do I get a bike? I'm not surprised. Oh, hell nah. Take the pizza to the house that has no fence. And... Take the pizza to the house that has no fence. And the layover of the door. The something on the door. The layer on the door. Okay. Well, there's something on the door. So... Darren, is this accurate? I'm getting flashbacks. This is exactly where I work. This is so awesome. I'm happy to be your coworker. She's not even entirely sure what an apartment is. She just heard the word in a movie and hasn't stopped saying it. Bro, you think I live in like the refrigerator box? It's neurological activity up there, bucko. Oh my god, thank you so much. Okay, this one doesn't have a fence. Ooh. This looks like Laover. That's not a word. Maybe this is a lie? Layer. Oh, this is by the door, not on the door. Layover, what a good album. Yo! That's a nice album name. Labber by the door? Is this labber by the door as in like Labrador? Okay, there's one house with no fence. Okay, there's 2 houses with no fence. Oh! Ladder! That doesn't say ladder. But surely that's what this means. I think it's saying Big Apple. You can get a nice juicy dog there. Dilsey, when you went to Newark, did you eat a hot dog? I think this one goes to your mom's house. Bro! Man. Pizza delivery. Yeah? Sorry, you have the wrong house. We didn't order any pizza. Aw, man. Maybe that doesn't say ladder by the door. Maybe the cones count as a fence. Wait, does it keep going? Oh my god, it keeps going. Okay. More options then. Dumbass! Bro! That's messed up. Oh, wait. Wait, let me go back. Okay. Maybe it does say ladder. But this one is just more next to the door? No, I ate my own tears. Are you doing some... Bro! Why is nobody being supportive? Pizza delivery. Thanks. Wait, I think that's it. I think it was ladder. I just didn't know there was more options. See, I did good. I support you. I don't lol. Okay. Well, go eat a hot dog. Go eat your own tears, buddy. Against all odds, you have successfully delivered the pizza. It's time to move on to the next order. Okay. Can you find the house with the blue roof and the red pickup? Okay. That one was a lot easier to read. Financial support count? I guess so. It's not really what I'm wanting at the moment, but like I guess I'll take it. I guess it counts. Thanks. Thank you so much. It's so nice of you. Am I looking for a blue roof, red pickup? Yippee! Yeah. Yo, this is such a tasteful amount of lawn flamingos. My dad said when I was really little, we had like multiple lawn flamingos in our house, but I don't remember it. I don't know why they got rid of them. Don't report any tips. I actually got an email from Amazon because Amazon owns Twitch. It's like, here's your tax form. Like, whoa. Can't wait to do that. What if he's just lying? Well, don't people pay for the pizza like once you get there? It's like, I guess it doesn't really matter to me if he's lying as long as he paid for it. Take this pizza to the house with the mailbox out front and the light red door? Right red door? Light red door? Is light red not just pink? I guess that's kind of light red. No mailbox though. Oh wait, is this a mailbox? Maybe this is it. He's lying, you guys didn't even have a house? What? I feel like I would maybe have remembered living outside. You were just serving my quality time with myself. Leave at once. Oh my god, sorry. But that's light red in a mailbox. Okay. Whatever, I guess. Maybe it's lighter than that. All of your memories are implants? You lost your brain when it sanded up? Oh. I think I did a pretty good job. Is this light red? I don't really know. Maybe it could be lighter. Oh, this one's definitely lighter. Pizza delivery. What age did my brain get sanded up, by the way? Like, to what extent is it all fake? I think I've been doing a good job. I think my memories are kind of awesome. A stranger snatched the pizza. That's all of them. Time to head back to Gino's Pizza. 10 seconds into living. Okay, well... it's a little unfortunate. I'll take it, though. Hey, newbie. You're just the guy I wanted to see. According to some recent feedback, it seems your customer satisfaction rating is 7 out of 10. Anyway, here's some monies. Maybe you can use it to buy some pizza. Oh, I still got $20. Since you've been such a good sport, here's another freebie. A CD! See, you're working for Big Pizza now. Yikes, sold out? Bro. $20 is $20. You know what they say. It's one of my all-time favorite tunes. You can play it at the jukebox right down yonder. Hi, Blorgle. How'd you do on your job? While you're working, I decided to sit on a bench and talk to strangers. Man, that was fun. Well, I'm ready to go when you are. I feel bad that my rating was 7 out of 10, but... I guess C's degrees, huh? Don't say that. Blah. What would Pizza Steve from Uncle Grandpa think? I don't know. And quite frankly, I don't care. I don't like Uncle Grandpa. I don't know. Not my favorite. And I'm sad that they did a crossover with Steven Universe. Inserted the other early CD into Gino's jukebox. You inserted the Mary CD into Gino's jukebox. Do you want to play a song? Yeah. That's kind of nice. Am I just leaving my CDs there? I mean, I guess they were both free, so it's fine, but I would rather keep them. Fuck, girl gets it. Real and true. He has glasses, I think? Yeah, I think he has sunglasses, but there's no love in my heart for him. I can't. Oh, the beardy! Yo, tag yourself. Who is this? Hi, kiddos. You caught me on my break. Been trying to decide on what to eat for a good 10 minutes. I don't know why I'm fussing so much. Whatever I get is sure to be good. Okay. It's kind of a nice CD. I'm Rai. I take pride in being a musical connoisseur of sorts. I know this song. This is a cover of Stardust Diving by Sam Neiland. Oh. Is that a real person? Okay, tell me about this one. I know this song. This is an original song by Toby Fox. Is that real? Is that real? Did he write this? And that guy. Oh god, not another musician. Hi, Toby Fox. Wow, your attitude really switched up fast, huh? Adverts. Chilled sodas and drinks. Arcade machine. It doesn't look like it's working. This is cute. This is so merry. This is definitely giving Toby. Yeah, I didn't feel like it at the beginning. But now it definitely does. Wow, good job, everyone. I want to hear it, but I have nothing left to do here. Can we talk to Kel? Oh, I guess not. Candy? Forsaken? Meat. I guess you should probably make a hamburger, huh? Cute. Okay. Is there a job to do here? Sorted hardware stuff. Flowers. Wow. Hardware. Hardware. Wallpaper displays. I love the like wallpaper and paint swatch section of hardware stores. Smile, you're on camera. Oops. Nails, nuts, and bolts. Colored paper, yummy. Weapons. Ooh. Out of all these options, what weapon would you pick? After all this time, we finally moved in together. This is so exciting, isn't it, Sean? Yeah. This is the start of the rest of our lives. Why is his name Checkers Guy if we know that it's Sean? Now it's time to make our first important decision. What color should we paint our house's walls? I think anything would work. I like all the colors. What do you think, Sean? Aww. I could go anyway, too. Don't worry about me. You can choose, Karen. What color would you like? Paint chips? Shovel? Well, those are some interesting answers. Steal all of them? Oh, man. I really like paint chips. I don't think it's stealing. I think you're supposed to take them, though. My Mr. Shovel cosplay? Oh. What else goes into a Mr. Shovel cosplay? Oh, Sean, you're too selfless. I don't need to pick a wall color. I'll be happy with anything as long as I'm with you. Karen, if you keep doing this, we're gonna be stuck here forever. You're right. If we just close our eyes and pick a color. Oh, that works. That way the result will be completely impartial. Let's do it. Okay, sounds good. Close your eyes, Karen. I hate these guys! Oh, I think they're cute. Well, wait. Hold on. It's okay. You should be the one to do it, Sean. I insist. I mean, that's my opinion. I think you should go with green. Like a nice olive green. No, Karen. It should definitely be you. Trebuchetable! No! This is sweet. What if I pick a color you don't like? Oh, we're not getting anything done here, are we? Hehe. I have an idea. Let's get a stranger to help us. Oh my god, pick me, pick me. Hey you, could you help us out for a second? Please come here and pick a color sample. Just make sure it's completely random. You close your eyes. I hope it's olive green. Just pick one, bro. They want to make each other happy. She likes all the colors, Josh. Yeah, that's kind of real. Picked up a floral wallpaper sample. That wasn't even paint. I don't know why we went to the wallpaper section when they clearly asked for paint, but you know, whatever. Huh? What's this wallpaper doing here in the paint section? Must have gotten misplaced. Well, not really what I was expecting, but I'm kind of digging it. What do you think, Karen? A wallpaper seems neat. I think this works just fine. Let's do it. Thank you so much for your help. We're both from around the area, but we just moved in together into a brand new house recently. It's the one with the yellow roof on the side near the church. We're thinking of having a housewarming party 2 days from now. It'd be amazing if you could join. Man, I'm not gonna remember that. Bah humbug, I say. Sigh. Where's your sense of whimsy, guys? Hey, stranger, how's your day been? My day's been going just great. Wanna know why? Because today's the day I'm finally going to be fixing the leak in my house. I promise we can. Oh my goodness. A couple weeks ago, I found a really stubborn leak in the corner of my living room. How it got there, I don't know. It wasn't very noticeable at first, but the leak has been slowly getting worse and worse every day. To tell you the truth, I already got used to hearing the sound of dripping water and the feeling of a damp carpet. Bro, you didn't even put a bowl out. It's just on your carpet. That's so yucky. No one will show up to your dumb party? My whimsy dumb. Man, you gotta eat a hot dog. That will restore your whimsy, surely. You talked about it so much. Yeah! Sky Heights, thank you so much for the raid! Thanks. Sweetheart Reed, hope you're having a nice day in stream and make sure to stay hydrated. Thank you! And thank you so much for the follow, Lisa Glow. Hi! Hi, readers. My name is Faust, and I'm a fox girl. And it's my very first time playing Omori. I guess it's my second time, but it's my first playthrough. Hi! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid. You were just chatting? What were you chatting about? Did you have a good stream? I'm happy to see you. Thank you for coming. You know what? Today is the day everything changes. Yes, I'm finally here at Fix It. My tools are ready, and I'm going to fix it. Hi. Phew. Sorry for ranting to you like that. This leak might have been driving me mad, without me knowing. My house is right next to the church, southwest of here. Oh man. You gotta go to a lot of people's houses, huh? If you want to come by and watch this momentous occasion, please be my guest. Oh. Very interesting. Sorted hardware stuff? I like those mirrors. Oh crap, I forgot to change my stream category. Oh no! Well, what were you up to? Love your model and your place is heavenly. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Flowers, cement, fertilizer, PU. I put the cement by the flowers. Very interesting. Oh my goodness. This is the best part of going to a hardware store. Man, the last time? Well, maybe not the last time. But one of the times I was in the garden section of a hardware store, um, this old man asked me for some advice on flowers, and then he like gave me a puzzle, like a not like a jigsaw puzzle, but he gave me like these two 3D printed pieces, and he was like trying to make a pyramid out of them, and he had some like philosophical thing to go with it. It was awesome. Think you started in just chatting? Ooh, I hope you had good chats. We were playing Dispatch. I never played that game, but I watched my friend play a little bit of it, and it looked really fun. Did you have a good time? What are the question marks for? Listen, old people are chatty if you let them be, and you know sometimes you get a little prize. Sometimes you get a little prize for listening to old people. That's my certified Frost secret. It's really fun. Would highly recommend it. Yeah. I think I have it in my stream library. It's just in my backlog. I'll play it one day. Are you sure that wasn't a certified side quest? I don't think so, because he didn't really want me to do anything. He was just like smelling a flower next to me, and he was like, "What do you think about this?" And I smelled it. I was like, "That smells really good." And he's like, "Yeah, my wife loves these flowers. She sent me here to get some." And I was like, "Oh, that's so nice." And he was like, "Can I show you something?" And then he pulls out these two like red trapezoid things. If I remember, I can show them on my next handcam stream. Well, my model's kind of pogging out. Sorry about that. There's these two like red trapezoids, and he was like, "Here, try to make them into a pyramid." And like I couldn't do it. And then he was like, I wish I remember his wisdom. He had some wisdom to go along with it. It was something about like, make sure you try to look at things from every angle, and like don't judge a book by its cover. And he showed me how to make a pyramid out of it. And then I was like, "Oh, thank you, sir." And I tried to give it back to him, and he was like, "No, you keep it." I said, "Okay." And now it's in my little purse, my little purse bag. It stays with me at all times. Old people are just cool like that. Yeah. I feel like old people are either really grouchy or like they're the nicest people you've ever met. Sometimes both. Sometimes they're really grouchy on the outside, and then you talk to them and they're actually pretty chill. They just have like a grumpy tone of voice. So I'm gonna reset my model. I don't know. I don't know why she's pogging out. Maybe. Oh, that didn't help at all. I guess I'm just really shocked for today. Why did he start a cutscene and give you a quest item? Do you think he just has a bunch of those shoved in his pockets and he uses that on everyone who walks by? Yeah, he said that he's not a teacher. He said that he like volunteers at some school or museum or something, and he has a bunch of them, and like he gives them to his students or whatever. And so I guess he had a bunch of extra ones. Ugh. So I didn't feel bad for taking it. Sometimes they're mean on accident. Like, why did you say that? Yeah. So an old lady at work told me, "Don't work too hard." I know. Oh no, that's crazy. Was she being real though? Like, was that real or was that just like messed up? I think if someone said that to me, I'd be like, "Oh, you clocked me. That's real." But I think if it wasn't real, that would hurt. People should explode. No. Some of them are really cool. I like old people in general. I had this one coworker who's just really, really grumpy, and he's quite an old man, but he always complains about everything, but not me though. I buttered him up, and I do a really good job of like cleaning the registers and making sure everything's tidy. And he absolutely loves me. He absolutely loves me, and that feels really good. I like I like earning the favor of grumpy old people. I like to think I'm a hard worker. Sad emoji. Oh, that is pretty sad then. I'm sorry. Okay, well, that old lady can explode. But the cool ones can stay. Potted plants. A potted plant. Yo! Thanks. Hi, she. Gardening tools. Potted plants. Potted plant. Bonsai tree. Elaborate flower arrangement. It comes off as a bit pompous. I love pompous flowers. You found a seashell. Oh, I thought that was a blanket. That was quite large. Fancy potted plants. Flowers. Oh. Was that Aubrey? I didn't really pay attention because I didn't expect her to disappear. I thought only the blue outline people disappear. I'm cooked. Potted bamboo stalks? At least that's what you think they are. Wheelbarrow thing. Give me her address. See. Erin doesn't actually take the addresses. They just have people describe their house. She tells me sorry, every time I see her. The other day she's telling me something about how fat people can't get walk-in showers. And her neighbor was insisting she couldn't get a walk-in shower. And I'm like, yo, I'm on the clock, it's cold outside. That sounds awful. How does that even come up? You're like, here's your pizza, man. And she's like, man, those fat people. Like, I don't know, that's a bit unusual. Man, I wish I could paint my walls. Your neighbor crazy for that. Your neighbor is awesome, bro. Why would you say that? I don't know, I can't get a word in ever? That's so uncomfortable. Yo, kid. I see you staring at that help wanted post. You interested in a quick job? Yeah. Oh, well, what are you saying what to? I'm back. I let out my dogs and then made my breakfast at 5 p.m. That sounds pretty nice. What's for breakfast? But the old lady insults workers. I think it's awesome that her neighbor called her fat. Yeah. I guess that's a nice karma moment, but kind of strange. That's awesome, kid. I'll help you get started. Oh, you're taking this job, Blorgle? In that case, I'll come back for you later. Work hard, okay? Same as last time, because I had no ideas. What do you have? Oh my goodness. Why my mouth doing that? Was it, a muffin with, egg? Or something like that? Egg McMuffin? I heard you reading Darren's message. Oh, I see. Sometimes I think some older people order food just to talk to someone. And that's okay sometimes. It's nice, but this lady is crazy? I don't know. I feel like ordering food to talk to people is crazy. Maybe you should just go somewhere where you're meant to talk to people. Go to an anime convention or something, I don't know. Stop drooling and lock in. I'm not drooling! Sometimes Persephone, my cat, drools when she's sleeping though. It's kinda cute. No egg this time, just sausage and cheese. On a blueberry muffin. Alright, kid. Take a good look at those shelves behind you, and you probably notice that everything's a big jumbled mess. You'd think with a sign above the shelf, it'd be obvious where to put things, but people just don't give a crap these days. Sigh. I hate working retail. Anyway, the sign above the shelf shows what products should be on display. Your job is to move everything back to its rightful place. Got it? Counting on you, kid. Wait, this sounds nice. I always kind of envied my coworkers who just like stocked shelves and like made things look pretty. Like, don't get me wrong, I like talking to people as like a cashier, but it looks like a fun puzzle to make things look nice. There's no empty spots. Rich. Tape. Yeah, I'm glad I know what everything's called. Be low-key embarrassing. Not the blueberry muffin. Blueberry muffin with cheese. There's this one lady that doesn't have legs and she asks me for help with some stuff sometimes. And I like her. She's awesome. She's nice to talk to. She likes my tattoos. That's so nice. That sounds like a good time. Drill. Man, this is gonna take a while, huh? That's okay. It seems kind of fun. Satisfying work, at least. Because of you, I'm gonna have to try the sausage and blueberry muffin combo. It's all your fault. Oh wait, I don't remember what I'm holding. Oh, it's a shovel. I don't know. I don't really condone sausage blueberry muffin. But if it's good, then I'll take all the credit. But if it's bad, that was not my idea. The tape and the shovels are almost done. Yippee! Oh, it looks so good! Schrodinger's breakfast? I feel like Schrodinger's breakfast sounds like... Oh, this camera. Like you ate it and you also didn't eat it. Not that it's simultaneously good and bad. Barrel Whom! Oh my goodness! Hi, Hero! Are you on your lunch break? Are you slaying? Are you slaying? It simultaneously is all your idea or not your idea at all till we check if it's good or not. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Can we mix all these up? I just want to talk. Yeah. It'd be nice if I could hold more than one, like, roll of tape at a time. Like, it seems a bit unfair that I have to do it one by one. Wait. Oh, I have a hammer. Oops. Oh, well, it's okay. Almost done, almost done. Don't even worry. Saw, replace hammer. Oh my god, but it's gonna look so good. I'm having spicy chicken with veggies and rice. The chicken is tender. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Let's mix them up. No! I did that as a kid one time. I was cleaning the basement with my sister. And I don't know, it was just so satisfying that like after everything was where it went, I like messed all of it up so we could do it again. And she was so incredibly mad at me. But it's okay, it was worth it. And they come mess it all up when you're on the last shelf. Okay, well that's not very nice of you. But the work's not so bad. Like I would do that again. It looks so pretty! I'm going to beat you up. Yo! Why are you gonna beat me up? I would be too. Yeah, but it was fun. That was a good time. I don't know if she had a good time, but I had a good time. I think cleaning is really fun if you know where everything goes. I think the thing that's not fun about cleaning is if you have a bunch of like trinkets and stuff that don't really have a home and you have to just like either like put it in a random drawer or like I don't know, just like make room for it. That's when it sucks. But if everything has a home, then it's like, yippee, I love organizing. Snore, snore. Uh-huh. What? You're finally done. Excellent work, kid. It looks so good. Here's $30. Yeah! $30. Pretty cool, huh? Don't spend it all in one place. I'm gonna spend it all in one place. Not very nice, huh? Not very nice to make stuff up? You learned that, huh? Man, listen, it was when I was probably like 7 or 8 years old. I haven't done that since. A fountain! Like notes? Like paper dollars? Not even coins? That is so chaotic. Don't act like your brain developed more since then, bro. It did. Why would you say that? I have 2 degrees, by the way. I guess 3 if you include high school. It's pretty impressive, right? Please say right. Hey Blorgle, how'd you do? While you were lurking, I decided to play some basketball at the park. Man, that was fun. Well, I'm ready to go when you are. Oh. I got an achievement for doing all those jobs. Photoshopped fake degrees that you paid someone on Fiverr to print. Man, I didn't even learn about Fiverr until after I already graduated. And I was like desperately looking for English work. So don't even give me that. Ah! A sticky hand. A purple hand. I still think the green keychain was the best thing I got. But there's gotta be more like pushy type things in here. Plus I just got my new snake assignment. Wait, why is the yellow keychain 1 star but the green one was 2 stars? What's wrong with yellow? Also, Darren, what's your snake assignment? What snake were you signed? That's what I do? You Photoshop your degrees? Oh. Thank you for giving us this lore. But what is this rarity system? Loki was gonna leave to meet him, but I have stuff in the oven, dang it. Well, what's in the oven? I hope it's nice. Gopher snake? I don't think I've heard of a gopher snake. That sounds lovely. Awa makes fake IDs and degrees? I guess I'll hit them up so that I can have 4 degrees. Don't fret, I'll share pictures! Yippee! I love pictures of snakes. I don't know how much I spent here. It's so exciting. I haven't got any duplicates yet. Surely there's a pink keychain. Fake IDs? I didn't say that? Just because you didn't think doesn't mean it's not true. Oh my. Pink ball? Oh my goodness. I would give you the pink ball. Yo! Oh my god. This is so awesome. I'm so happy. That was worth all the money I spent. Stealing your pink keychain? Hey. Bro, I worked so hard. I worked like 3 jobs to get that. Okay. I guess you can go to the park. There's still that like tutoring job. I think there's 2 tutoring jobs. I'll do that later. I feel bad that Kel's been waiting. Mine now? Bro. You didn't even tell me what you were cooking in the oven. Wait, don't go. Please. Sorry, dude. I can't help you. You're on your own. Uh-oh. There's some commotion going on over there. Let's check it out. Oven pizza? Yo! I had microwave pizza for lunch. So we're like almost twinning. What's a step down from twinning? Siblinging? Not quite twins, but siblings. Cousining, perhaps? This ain't none of my business. If you got beef with her, then talk to her yourself, you creep. I'm begging you. Just ask her to give it back. She won't listen to me. That's supposed to be... That's supposed to be... Burly? Howdy! Hi, Phoenix! How's it going? We still playing them gacha games? Kinda. This isn't necessarily a gacha game, but I did just spend like $30 in-game dollars getting a pink keychain. I'm not related to you. I would never stoop so low. Ouch. This is so messed up. It's so messed up. It's fine. It didn't even hurt. Your emo is so cute. Is that a bunny? That's so nice. Look at him go. Wait. Is that... That's Basil. That's Basil? I thought Basil had green hair. Leave him alone, you bully. Huh? Who's there? Basil reveal. Wait, I want to look at him. Hi, I see. He is certainly going. Oh my goodness. I'm looking at him go. It's so awesome. It is almost as awesome as veggies and rice. That would hurt her feelings so bad if she would remember it for longer than 10 minutes. Okay, that's crazy, by the way. Man, hit your head on the ceiling. Stare. You staring? Are you looking? I'm home from work. Welcome home. Oh, it's just Kel. Grumble, grumble. Why don't you mind your own business? Well, why don't you go bother someone else, Kim? Psh. Well, aren't you acting all high and mighty? You don't make the rules around here. What's going on over there? Pink hair fella. Wait, this is so intimidating. Too cold outside? Oh, really? She's so cool! Who are you? Sheesh. Oh, hey, Aubrey. That's Aubrey! Where's Dilsey? Is she still here? I don't think she's still here. I didn't know she grew up to be a baddie like that. Grumble, grumble. She slay? Yeah! My daughter now? Oh, she's so cool. Yeah, I guess Dilsey's absent, so you can have her. I won't tell anyone. Oh, hey, Aubrey. This nerd Kel just showed up and thinks he can boss me around. Let's show him what's what. Kel, what do you want? Stop messing with Basil. Wait, Aubrey messed with Basil? I thought they were buds. How could you? We all used to be friends, don't you remember? Tell her, Blorgle. Blorgle's here? And that sucks that she's mean. Y'all need to raise your daughter a little better. Dilsey doesn't even remember her name. I'm a better parent. Yeah, Dilsey said her name was Gertrude. That's kind of unluckers. Wow, it really is you. It's been a while, but you haven't changed a bit. How long has it been since you left your house? 3 years? Maybe 4? It's been nice to live in your own little bubble. Watch it, Aubrey. You don't know what he's been through. Whatever. Aubrey. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. Oh. Why? Dilsey raised her wrong. I just adopted her. I'll do better. That's good. Maybe teach her to be kind to people a little bit. Aubrey, please, listen to me. She just run him over? That's crazy. Hey, stop that. Leave it alone, Kel. This isn't your problem. What the heck is wrong with you, Aubrey? Blorgle. Come on, we gotta do something. Are you guys really picking a fight? Sure, why not? Two of you against me? How's that sound? Come at me. I'll take on the both of you. She does look really cool. Oh, putting nails into your bat, is kind of crazy behavior for the playground. I guess we're attacking her. This seems kind of messed up, maybe. Courage. Blorgle's attack gross. Oh my goodness. Bray takes 119 damage? That is quite a lot. Gah! What the? Is that a knife? Oh, I didn't know we hit her with a knife. That's kind of suspicious. Oh shoot. Aubrey, are you okay? You're hurt. Wanna be like her when I grow up? Why did you stab her? Well, I mean, to be fair, she had a bat with nails in it. I don't want to be like her when I grow up. I think her aesthetic's really cool, but I think hitting people's not cool. I'm fine. No, you're not. You're bleeding. This is kind of serious. She can do what she wants? No, she can't. Not to Kel. Not to Basil. Come on, we gotta get you out of here. I'll get you back for this. Riding your little bike away is kind of negative aura, I must say. Never mind, Basil is nice. Look at him. He's crying. I kind of feel bad about the knife thing, though. Whoa, that was about to get really messy. Good thing you had your knife there. What? Or we would have... Wait a sec. Give me that. Kel took away your steak knife. How old are they now? I didn't know exactly. I know Kel is in high school. And I assume they're like the same age. And I think they're all in high school. You shouldn't be carrying things around like this, Blorgle. That's dangerous. The scooter gang is so silly. Scooting away. Scooting away after getting into a knife fight. Sigh. Aubrey's really changed since you last saw her. Her and her new friends have been nothing but trouble. Poor Basil. Let's check if he's okay. I want to sell my garbage first. Oh. I guess we got priorities. Why are they in a scooter gang in high school and having playground fights? I don't know. I guess it's a park more than a playground. Like there's other things to do than just like go down the slide. But still a bit silly. Hey Basil, how are you doing? I'm fine. Thank you. Kel. I don't know if you noticed, but Blorgle is here too. Say hi, Blorgle. Blorgle did not say hi. Oh. Hey, Blorgle. It's been a while, hasn't it? Haha. What a happy reunion! So, did you want to hang out with us today? He's so precious. I love Kel. Oh. I'm sorry. I'd love to, but I should probably head home. Huh? Really? Are you sure? My grandma hasn't been feeling too well lately. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Let us at least walk you home. It's been so long since we've all hung out. I go to the park slide for knife fights. Oh, like just in front of the kiddos and everything. That's some interesting lore. Let me write that down. Oh. Alright then. Thank you. I quite like the flower on his head. Aren't you guys just going to drop me off? Oh. Man, I want to sell my garbage. I guess that can be done later. Well, I can't even save. Well, that's okay. They're a little bit hurt. But surely it's fine. Oh. A wormhole? Oh. Goodbye. Write it on your calendar? Fight me? Meet me at the merry-go-round? No thanks. No thanks, I'm not much of a knife fighter. That sounds, kinda horrible. There's Basil's house. It's that one with the green roof. Aw, it's got so many nice flowers. Can we judo fight? Yeah. You don't bleed in judo, so that sounds a lot better. Thanks for walking me home. No problemo. If you ever need anything from me, just ask, okay? I'll catch you later, Basil. Okay. I don't know judo. That's okay. Just do your best, and surely things will happen. Aw, wait, please don't go. I mean, I'm so sorry. I actually have a favor to ask. Anything, Basil? What do you need? Well, you see, something important was taken from me. When we used to be friends. Do you remember how I used to take pictures of everyone? Of course I remember. Those photos meant everything to you. Right. Well, Aubrey, she took my photo album and... Aubrey stole your photo album! Well, she won't give it back. What a scumbag! Don't you worry about a thing, Basil. Do you always have a flower in his hair? Yeah, he used to have a flower crown. In the, like, childhood dream state area, he had green hair and a flower crown. Me and Blorgle got you covered. Okay. Thank you. By the way, about what you said before, we're still friends. I want you to know that, okay? Aww. Remember, I haven't been keeping up too closely because I want to play this one too. That's understandable. But yeah, it's cute that they look so different, but still so similar too. Well, I'll see you later. Oh, poor Basil. Come on, Blorgle. There's no time to lose. We got a photo album to find. Let's check Faraway Park for clues. Flowers. Some potted plants. Fertilizer, PU. Flowers, potted plants. Black trash can. Mailbox. This house doesn't look to be in very good shape. No response. if I'm on the right street. I guess not, because Basil wouldn't be the math tutor person. Is this the person with the housewarming party? Hey, stranger. You're just in time to help critique my latest work in progress. Oh. Shoe rack. Huh? Bark, 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 bark. Lucas, quit your yapping. Sorry, Lucas. A big fishbowl. There's at least 2 goldfish in here. They look healthy. Look at this sketch for me. What do you think? The drawing looks too stiff, doesn't it? Can't really see it. Probably not. Really? I don't know. Looks a little stiff. What if I say yes? Thanks, I thought so too. Yes, it's all coming to me now. Inspiration has striketh. And voila! Oh, that looks so much better. Well, that is a completely different painting. Oh well, I'm no artist. Well, I wish I could look at it closely. Ugh. Some cheap paints. Small bone. Stuffed animal. It's seen better days. Lucas's dog bed. He seems to have outgrown it a bit. A work desk. Man, this lady is just really letting me walk around her house. Unfinished painting. This bed is on the floor. You are not sure how to rate this. Also got a plate on the floor. Bunch of art books. Classical painting. I recognize this one. This one has sunflowers. I don't know what the other ones are, though. A mirror. A bathtub. A toilet. Washer and dryer. Are there secrets in here, or am I just being weird? Some shiny trading cards on the table. Trading cards are scattered across the floor. Checkerboard. Small figurines. This bed is a little on the soft side, but overall not too bad. We would rate it a 7 out of 10. Somebody has a bed on the floor and somebody has a regular bed? It's kind of crazy. You're always weird, bro! Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Man, I already forgot. The people... There's a person with a leaky roof, and they're the people who are like, come to our housewarming party in 2 days. And I forgot both of their instructions. I don't have it written down either. Floor bed is 0 out of 10? I don't know. I sleep on a floor bed. I guess it depends on how good the blanket is. Thank you for the hydrate. We said wolf. Well, I think this is maybe the street with the tutoring stuff. A rabbit. Oh. Well, hello. How can I help you? You gave the school principal the green flyer. Ah, I see. You're here to tutor my son, Brent. There's more than one of you, but you guys look pretty trustworthy. I guess it's possible that 2 tutors would be better than 1. As long as you all split the payment. Haha. Please come in. Brent is waiting for you in his room upstairs. What a lovely home. This house is filled to the brim with books on every subject. This one is about something called organic chemistry. Oh, I kinda liked organic chemistry. Fireplace. Looks like it's used every now and then. Work desk with papers. There are a lot of big words on it you can't read, and a lot of messy writing you can't read. Not willing to split payment. Kel can suffer. Oh. Well, he like owes me 20 bucks anyway, so surely he won't mind if I take it all. Looks like someone was in the middle of grading some tests. Ouch. Doesn't look good for these students. Why is the principal grading tests? The book on the table. At this point, we shall briefly comment on how the perturbation theoretic matrix elements between initial and final plane wave states can be used in bound state problems. Obviously, we cannot directly apply perturbation theory to compute bound state energies. However, we can first obtain approximate bound state energies by solving exactly the... Put the book back down. Yikes, I don't know if I can tutor this guy. Say the art slow cooker. Oh, I thought it was a rice cooker. Perfect for busy or lazy moms. At least that's what you heard in a commercial once. Fridge. Macaroni and cheese, cornbread, frozen shrimp, and soup. House phone. Porcelain vase. Looks really fragile and expensive. Oh, it loops. Wow. Oh my gosh! A library room? This is awesome. We're in high school, exclamation. I was just thinking that. Oh yeah. You think if we break the vase on purpose, we'll have to tutor this guy for a long time? Break it. This house is filled to the brim with books on every subject. Most of them have bookmarks or sticky tabs in them. Maybe he's pretty? Brent? Is Brent a pretty name? This one is about something called nanomaterials. Okay, get me out of here. Let's see how pretty he is. I thought his room was on the left. Womp womp. A mirror. This has... Why is there a book? Why is there a mathematical sciences book in the restroom? I guess you could read in the bathtub. Oh, hi! Hey, you must be my new tutors. Nice to meet you. My name is Brent. Should we get started now? I don't think he's ugly, but I don't think he's pretty enough to break a vase for. This is not Tamaki. It's not. Womp womp. Oh, sitting on the bed without asking is crazy. Alright, so this is the worksheet that I'm struggling with. This equation is giving me trouble. 4 times 51... hold on. I need it to be written, like, downwards. Would it be 4? 20. 204. Okay. Oh, I got it. I understand now. How about this one? Floor beds can be comfy. I don't think I've ever been on like a proper floor bed that wasn't just like a sleeping bag. But I feel like they could be. Okay. 15. Okay, this one's 15. And this one's 3. So 15 plus 15 is 30. Minus 1 plus 2 is 32. Oh. I got it. I understand now. How about this one? What is x equal? Okay. So you gotta get them on the same sides. So you put this over here. So this is actually 10x. And you put this over here. Be negative 20 equals 10x. I feel like I need to see it to do it. Negative 20 equals 10x. The 10 would be negative 2? I think randomly it's crazy. Oh, I got it. I understand now. Phew. I think I got a much better hang of this than before. Thank you. Oh my goodness, I got an achievement for doing math correctly. Pretty cool, huh? You're pretty impressed, aren't you? You used to have a floor bed and I put books in between the mattress and the wall. But it hit my head. I hit my head on the charger block a lot. Oh. That sounds not very fun. I guess I assumed that a floor bed wouldn't have a mattress. Maybe I don't know what a floor bed is. I used to have, my dad's house, a bed that was just on a bed box. Like, it didn't have a proper, like, I don't know what you call it. Like, there's no headboard or post. It was, like, just a box and then the mattress on it. But I wouldn't call that the floor bed because there's a box to keep the mattress off the floor. You could just, like, roll right off of it on any direction you want. I think that's kind of awesome. The mattress on the floor? Is that what a floor bed is? Surely that's kind of fun. You could jump on the bed with no worries. Yo! Good job gambling, Waffle. Hey, Brent, how are you doing? I don't think floor bed is a real term. What about in Chainsaw Man? What about in Chainsaw Man? That was a floor bed, probably. That would be called a futon? I thought a futon was like the couch that you push down to be a bed. My papa used to have a futon, I think. What are you talking about? Like at the beginning of Chainsaw Man. When they're at Aki's house. They roll out the floor bed for him. I think that was in Chainsaw Man because Aki was there. Is that not real? Did I dream about that? I don't know. Futon is different. Betting this is before any blood? Yeah, it's like right at the beginning. Futon is the mattress part of the couch. And that wouldn't be a floor bed though, because the couch is it's got like legs. It's like off the ground. Right? Oh, I see you've completed your worksheet. And my model is bothering me so much. I think after we leave this guy's house, I might take an ad break and try to fidget with my model so that she's calibrated properly. Well done, tutor. Here's a payment for your help. You got $20. Yippee! $20 for 3 math questions is pretty awesome. Feel free to come back tomorrow. Oh. You can do the same job over? Infinite money glitch. This bed is a little on the hard side, but overall not too bad. You'd rate it a 7 out of 10. There's some comics hidden between these textbooks. Good for you, smart kid. You enjoy your comics. Can you drink out of this water cup? An unfinished cup of coffee. Can I drink it? Blorgle tutor me? Blorgle can tutor you, anything up until basic algebra. Other than that, Blorgle's got nothing. Okay. I'm gonna fidget with my model and maybe use the restroom. And you guys can watch this really awesome baby sensory. Wow, pretty cool, huh? Okay, I'll be right back. Make sure you get some snacks or water or anything that you need. Hi, I'm back. I'm back and I got a snack. Hi, Masterful. How's it going? I'm doing so good. I hope you're doing good too. Okay. You all out of agile? Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh. Oh, how lovely. All right. Okay, listen closely. Are you ready? Peekabee. Yummy. Did anybody else get a snack? Man, I calibrated my model and she still looks goofy. She's so surprised. There is nothing that surprising. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hmm. Hmm. 1 second. Bum, 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 bum. Uh, um, uh. I swear my mouth isn't open like that. I swear I'm being regular. Hmm. It might be a wash. We might just be surprised all day. I got more oven pizza. Let's go. What flavor is it? Let's go. Thank you, IC. You're so supportive. Oh, what if we clear surprise? Hmm. Yeah, that didn't help. In fact, maybe that made it worse. Ding. Hold on. Hold on. I'm fidgeting with it. I got my iPad to draw with too. What are you gonna draw? What are you gonna draw? Ugh. I'll be getting something to eat and back. I'm good enough, but you did make me hungry. Yo, I hope you have a good snack. Hold on, sorry. Pepperoni, it's the rectangle one that's like $2. Like the like Tony's one. I haven't had that in a really long time. My mama used to get them a lot. Yo, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I don't know how to stop being surprised. Oh well. Best I've ever surprised. Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I can like manually toggle the different expressions. Uh, I can keep her on neutral, but then she doesn't smile at all. I don't know if that's unsettling. I could keep smiling. Is that better? I don't know if that's better. We'll try it. We'll try it. Oh, that looks so uncanny. Damn. Meow. I keep falling asleep at my desk. It's your fault. Please do nice. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate all my little sleepers who fall asleep in my chat. Angry? I know. I don't think the angry ever like picks up. I guess I don't make angry faces a lot. But I do have an angry toggle. I don't know. I don't know why I'm so shocked. Sorry, I'm like messing with it. That's never angry. I guess that's true. I'm not much of an angry person. I try to be a good sport. In general. This isn't your real face? It is my real face. It is my real face. I just toggle it. Like a normal person. That's a normal person thing to do. Let me tell you a story. I was walking back from Fix It after making a purchase with my hard-earned money. When I looked down, and lo and behold, my brand new garden shears are missing. Yes, it's true. My new garden shears tore a hole open in my plastic bag. Oh, how silly I felt just then. Do you think you could help me find them? They should be somewhere around here. Well, everyone has a task for me, huh? Oh, you're a merchant swine! It's regular, it's regular! I play too many rage games to never not be angry. Ooh, I don't think I've ever played a rage game before. I'm trying to think. I haven't played hard games, but I don't think I've played a game that's like designed to make you angry. Cough. Excuse me. Sorry to impose, but you look like some trustworthy people. Wow, she's just profiling us all. Do you think you can help me? I need to pick up this week's medication at the pharmacy. I'm feeling a bit weak at the moment. Man, they really all have a task, huh? I once saw you get so upset that you tore an entire door off its hinges. It was crazy. That's a crazy first-time chat message, by the way. I've never done anything like that. I think if I'm frustrated, I get more prone to be sad than angry. I've never been one to like throw a controller or punch a hole in the wall or anything. I think I just like cry instead. Trying to get you into FromSoft? FromSoft? What kind of game is that? You play League? Yeah, but I'm not taking it like seriously. Like I'm not playing League to like rank up or anything. So if I do really bad, it doesn't really bother me. It just makes me feel a little embarrassed if like I'm letting my team down. But I've never felt angry from League. I usually send my daughter Charlene, but she's not here right now. Would you be so kind as to pick it up for me? Okay. Thank you, children. Just talk to the man at the pharmacy. He'll understand. Okay, we got it. Oh my god, we got her ID! Let's go crazy! I'm gonna buy so many illegal fireworks. From Software makes the Souls games? Oh. In my Steam Family Library, I think I have Elden Ring, maybe. I never played a Souls game. Technically, I've been here since Scarlet rated, but I didn't have a chance to talk much. Oh. Are you saying I ripped a door off its hinges in that time? Is this a HIPAA violation? It would be a HIPAA violation if the pharmacist gave, like, an ID away. But I think you're allowed to give your own ID to someone. You have Elden Ring? I think so. Hold on, I can check. Hold on. I got Elden Ring. Yarp. Elden Ring was kind of boring for me? Oh, really? It wasn't hard? I thought that game was kind of hard. I heard it was hard. I don't think it's ever smart to give anyone your ID. I'm trying to think. But what if you're an old granny wearing a bun and you want someone to pick up your prescription for you? Give ID away all the time. Wow. That's so kind of you. You gave garden shears to the red glasses lady. Ah, thank you, boys. I'll be sure to never make such a silly mistake ever again. It's rare to see young boys willing to help a stranger these days. Please feel free to come into my house anytime. You will always be welcome. Can I take things from your house? I love all the FromSoft games. Sekiro 1, Elden Ring 2. Waiting for them. Oh. Sekiro is your favorite, and Elden Ring's your second favorite? I don't think I have Sekiro. I don't think I can play your favorite game. Wah, wah. But it's okay, I watched you play it. And you had to kill a monkey, and I just am not into that. I would never hurt a monkey. What a nice place she has. However, comma, I'm really not sure what the merit of this is. Is this for yoga? A yoga mat! Oh my god! Can I do yoga? I love yoga. Oh, that's not my girl, Charlie. Sekiro is more of a rhythm style game. Oh, I like rhythm games, but I'm not super good at them. I like Project Sekai. Squeak! Oh my goodness, speaking of monkeys. Here's our monkey ambassador. Please listen well. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? Oh my goodness. Man, maybe just like don't look at my model. You can look at her ears, but don't look at her face. She's going crazy. I didn't know why that happened. She wasn't like that at the beginning of the stream. And I have a light on and everything. Monzu, you can't say that. I'm looking now! Don't look! Monzu didn't say anything bad. Zoom into just the ears. Oh, you're so right. Okay. Oh. There you go. Pretty cool, huh? Looks goofy as hell. There's an open book on the table. Pruning should be done regularly to maintain the shape of your bonsai. All bonsai grow at different rates, so it's necessary to evaluate each tree's growth rate and adjust your trimming to accommodate. She really likes bonsai. Perfection. Thank you so much. Ah, another yoga mat. Oh. Bedroom yoga versus regular room yoga. Who would win? Legally, there's no issue. If you're getting something for another person, such as meds, then you likely need to be a family member. Of course, you could lie, but that would be illegal. Illegal activities. Yummy. Oh my goodness! Why is she doing all that? Is my mic in the way? I'm so surprised. Oh, I'm just as surprised as you are. Yuck, 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 yuck. Snip, 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 snip. Ah, hi there, you two. I didn't expect you so soon. Look here, caring for these bonsai is a hobby of mine. It helps me relieve stress. After this, I'm gonna start preparing dinner for my children. Kim and Vance tonight. Oh. Kim was the girl who bullied Basil. They better not be late again. Or else. Snip, 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 snip. That's concerning. Oh. An ornate houseplant. It adds a nice touch of color to the room. This is a nice house, but I'm not sure why I'm here. Hi, Tommy! Pika-pee! Oh. I guess Aubrey's good friends with, Kim. That's nice and all, but I wish they were not so mean. Oh, I did not mean to click on that again. Okay. I'm out of here. Lingo. language tutor. It's the third house? Is this not the third one? Oh, I guess not. I guess this is the third one. Yeah, I know a language. Hello there. That's the guy, Raz. What can I do for you? Sorry, I thought I could take a sneaky bite of cereal. That did not work. Ah, you must be Joy's new language tutors. An interview is too much trouble. You should know second grade language, right? You get honeycombs? No, I don't have honeycombs. Honeycombs are like over $5. But these golden grams were on sale for like $2.89, which is half the price. So that's what I got instead. Impromptu ASMR. Ah. Pretty cool, huh? Hurry and come in. My daughter Joy is waiting for you in her room. Second grade language as in second grade English or a random other language? I hope it's Spanish. Or English should be fine. Oh, a shrine. I wonder who died. Perfectly good fruit. Your degree! My goodness, I can't wait to use my degree. Stairs this way? A bunch of magazines in a language you can't read. Oh, this is so cooked. It's probably like Japanese or something. A photo of a stranger. You're so cooked. It's only second grade. Surely it'll be multiple choice. And easily guessable. Perhaps. Okay, hi. Oh, I like your guitar. This bed has an old hat on it. Hello, I'm Joy. Pleased to meet you. You must be my new tutors. Should we start now? Yes. Please practice. Oh, hell no. I have not moved past the alphabet. And Kel's just playing guitar. This sucks. This is the worksheet that I'm stuck on. This question is giving me a little trouble. My pencil is blank the table. Oh, okay. It is English. On. Oh, okay. I see now. How about this one? In the phrase, silently read your book, what type of word is silently? Adjective. But... oh, maybe it's an adverb. Oh my god! It was an adverb, don't look at that. I get it. You must be testing me. So I never had a tutor before, so I don't know how this works. Yikes! Oh, I didn't even think about it that hard. Which of these sentences are written correctly? Eggplants taste better when it is cooked. No. It's definitely taste. No. I think eggplant is the better tasting soft vegetable. It's that one. I like the pick randomly option. Plus needs vocab streams to learn. Aw, man. It's not vocabulary. It's not like word definitions. It's grammar. It's grammar. I haven't had to think of an adverb in a long time. I thought it was an adjective because it's describing the reading. But I guess that makes sense. Go back to college? No thanks. Both goes hand in hand, kinda? Or second grade! Oh, man. Listen, as long as you know... oh my goodness. As long as you know how sentences are formed, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if you know... like, what a preposition is. or what tense you're speaking in, as long as you know how the words work. Not when to talk. I'm so bad at spelling. I'm a little bit bad at spelling too. I don't know. I think I rely on spell check a bit. Okay, I see now. Nice. I think I understand a little better. Hehe. Oh man, I wish I got a perfect grade. I probably missed out on an achievement. Hello, hello. Joy, how are you doing? Are these tutors of any help to you at all? Ah, I see you've already completed your worksheet. Amazing work. You should consider tutoring full-time. Here's your payment. Man, for $20 for 3 words, I would do that full-time. My survival spell check. Well, I think I can spell alright unless it's on paper and I'm looking at it. Really? I think I can spell alright if it's on paper and I'm looking at it. If I'm like writing it down. But if somebody's just like, oh, how do you spell nuance? And I have to like say the letters out loud, that chips me up a little bit. Please come back tomorrow. Hopefully I have a do-over tomorrow and then I can get achievement. I just gotta remember to come back. What of a stranger? I want to know more about the stranger. I mixed up letters a little without thinking. I think that's pretty regular. I think everybody does that to some extent. Unless you have like a job where spelling is really important. Hello, youngins. I see you have some trash with you. Thanks, I'll be sure to dispose of this properly. Here's $4 for your help. Ho ho ho. Oops. I didn't mean to talk to her again. Okay, I'm gonna save. When I was younger, hi, Scylla. My family used to go to this park a lot. Oh, I already talked to him. Oops. I remember there being a lake with a statue in the middle, but I can't find it anywhere. Oh, this tree is shaky. Is somebody in there? Interesting. Looks like Aubrey isn't here. Oh wait, I know you. Your name's Charlie, right? I see you hanging around Aubrey sometimes. You know where she is? You know, Charlie, I can tell you're not really the mean type of person. I bet Aubrey's in the tree. She got stabbed with a knife, scootered away, and then scootered back and climbed a tree. That's kind of aura. Aubrey took something important from Basil. We need to get it back. Is there any way you can help us? What? Who is that? Who, what, and where now? Where'd you do that for? My goodness, it's Mondo. If it isn't Kel and that weird knife guy. We're the adversaries for the great and mighty Angel. Finally, it is time for you to meet your doom. Angel, we don't have time for this. We just want to find Aubrey. Do you know where she is? You seek Aubrey, do you? Interesting. I will tell you what I know. But first, you must best me in battle. Battle? But I don't want to punch a kid. You won't be able to lay a finger on me. Come on. Let's sick him, Charlie. Man, why do we always fight? Oh my goodness. Why is Charlie huge? Wait, Angel looks kind of cute. I like his tank top. This feels mean. Can we give him candy? Oh, can't use it on the enemy. Well, I guess we're attacking. He'll get some encouragement. Blorgle's attack grows. Angel swiftly strikes Kel. Charlie's standing there. Blorgle attacks Angel. Okay. Takes a while. You surprised me, Kel. You would make a worthy rival for my master. Yatch! I don't want him to, like, die. I guess we attack Charlie. Kel's attack whiffed! Oh. Maybe Charlie's not really touchable. Looking a bit low on health. Sniff. You'll pay for this. Huh. Well, that was fun. How could this be? My training was all for nothing. Ow, my head hurts. You're the one who started it. You bully. Okay, Angel. It's time to be serious now. We beat you and Charlie, so tell us where Aubrey is. Promise is a promise, I suppose. We'll honor my word and tell you what I know. The truth is, Aubrey is somewhere in a faraway town. Probably. Dang it, Angel. You better not be messing around or else... I told you I'd tell you what I know. And the truth is, I don't know anything. Angel, you better tell us where she is now. Or else I'll tell everyone about that time you wet your bed at summer camp. Uh-huh. What? You can't do that. That's cheating. Anyway, I really don't know. Maybe you can ask my master, the Maverick. He's the keeper of all knowledge. He told me that himself. The Maverick? Oh no. You mean that weird kid, Mikhail? Wait, Angel and Mikhail, that's cute. Don't you dare call him by that name. We take great offense to that. I see. So it is him. Where can I find Mikhail? I mean, the Maverick. I'll tell you what I know. But you have to fight me first. Or I can tell everyone about that time you... Gah! Okay, fine, I'll talk. Master went to the fountain at the faraway plaza. He said he was gonna meet some girls there for a date or something. Ugh, disgusting. Come on, Blorgle. Let's go to Faraway Plaza. I think we're done here. Sleek silver scooters. Okay. Maybe I should get a band-aid. Oh no, you look like you're hurt. Here's a bandage. We can get more at the pharmacy and other mart. Yo, I was just talking about getting a bandage. And we got it for free. This is awesome. We use that on Kel. Looking good. Teddy bear. Mincy is diligently sketching away. And that guy's still running around. Oh my goodness. And then I told him, it's not Maverick. It's the Maverick. Oh, the Maverick, you're so funny. Wow, what an amazing story, the Maverick. This music is crazy. Girls, please. There's enough of me to go around. Mikhail? What are you doing? Ah! If it isn't Kel, my arch nemesis. Finally here to admit defeat, are you? I don't have time for this, Mikhail. We're looking for Aubrey. Have you seen her around? Stop calling me that. I cast away that name a long time ago. Mikhail, do you know where she is or not? Again with that godforsaken name. How dare you make a fool of me? I, the Maverick, will not stand for this. Prepare to face your doom. Watch this, ladies. I'll wipe the floor with this loser. Please, Mikhail, don't do this to yourself. I'm going to ask one more time. Fight me, you wad! Don't be a chicken. Sigh. Are we really going to do this? Okay then. Come on, Blorgle, let's take him down. Wham, wham. Let me scoot over just a tiny bit. Okay. The Maverick. Oh, Kel, you pitiful fool. You don't stand a chance against the Maverick. He looks so silly. I don't even know what he's wearing on his neck. Are they like over ear, like earbuds? He is looking a little goofy. He did attack first, so I guess his speed is high. Oh wow, his defense seems kind of high too. Wait, Ko might be in trouble. Maybe, perhaps. Ooga. Kel's attack whiffed, but this guy is strong as hell. Not bad. This fight's just getting started. Oh dear. I don't know if candy heals. I hope so. Rabbit starts making fun of Kel. Kel is angry! Well, I guess that's good. That means his attack goes up. Maverick's attack lift. Oh, 51 damage. As expected of my rival. But I must tell you, while you were fooling around and playing sports, I was honing my techniques just for this moment. You'll never reach my level of skill. You're going down, Kel. Is that all you've got? I've only been using 10% of my power. Behold, my final form. Is this your final form? I guess he's a little extra sparkly. I bet you're regretting your decision now. I'm just way too cool for you. You're nothing but a loser. Sorry. It's only a matter of time before you tire yourselves out. My victory is imminent. I feel like it would have been if he stopped missing his attacks. I'll admit, I'm impressed. But you're still light years away from defeating me. Oh wait, he's so close. Get him! No. This is impossible. Improbable. Absolutely inconceivable. Please. Please. No. I won't let it end like this. Beat the Maverick. I'm beating him. In front of the girls, too. No. It can't be over for me. People of Earth. Lend me your strength. Hi. Ew, what is with this guy? He's so lame. This isn't worth $10. Let's get out of here. $10 is crazy. Who paid them $10? Got a 5-hour energy and a cookie. Gonna boot up DaVinci and get it started. Good luck! You're gonna do so good. What kind of cookie did you get? Oh, why are you exploding? You told me to beat the Maverick and I did. Ladies, please come back. I have more money. Oh, he paid them. That's crazy. Ow. Just chocolate chip? Yo. Banger cookie option. Sigh. Mikhail. There's no one here by that name. Please, I'll never ask you for anything again in my life. Just tell us where Aubrey is and we'll go. Okay, fine. I do happen to know where she is, and I'll tell you. On one condition. You must call me by my true name. The Maverick. Oh, forget it. Let's just go find Kim. She probably knows where Aubrey is. Her and Vance are major sugarheads, so I have a hunch that they're probably somewhere near Candy. I know where Candy is. Weska has some banger cookies? I've never been to a Wesco. I don't think I've ever even heard of a Wesco. But if I ever see one, I'll make sure to get a cookie. Hello, how can I help you? You gave the prescription and ID card to the pharmacist. Ah, you're here to pick up some medication. Oh, I know who this is for. I'll bring it right out. Is he not concerned that, like, we have somebody's ID? It's not ours. Got Granny's medicine. You're picking up her medicine in place of her daughter today? I'm not actually supposed to give out medication like this. I usually make an exception for her since she doesn't have a way to come here herself. Thanks for helping her out. You kids have a nice day. If you ever need bandages or first aid kits, I got you covered here. I do kind of need a bandage. Does someone say candy? Yo! Hi, Yuki! Yuki, what's your favorite kind of candy? You like candy corn, don't you? It's only on the west side of Michigan from what I know. Oh. Yeah, I'm not from there. HIPAA violation! Yeah, but he seems very polite, so... we let it slide. Get 2 bandages for $2. That's a good deal, I think. We see peanut butter cups, so yes, I love candy corn too. Oh. Man, I don't like peanut butter at all. I think those are kind of gross. But it was good candy, or a good trading candy for Halloween. No Kim and Vance are probably somewhere around here. Oh, hey, there she is. Hurry, Vance. Let's shove it all in our pockets before someone sees us. Hey, Kim, have you seen Aubrey anywhere? Shoot! It's that nerd, Kel! Come on, Vince. We gotta go. They were stealing for real. No peanut butter? No. No, I don't really like peanut butter. I don't know. I wish it was sweet and it's not. Well, hold on there. I don't think you paid for those. Get out of the way, nerd! You don't know me. Hey, hold on. I'm not here to snitch. We just need to find Aubrey. You know where she is? Huh? Aubrey? I don't know anything about that. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Sigh. I've had enough of this for today. Kim, let's make a deal. You tell me where Aubrey is, and I won't turn you in for stealing all that candy. I thought you said you weren't a snitch. And I don't need to be if you just tell me where Aubrey is. You two again? I thought I told you to never come back in here. Smiley, smiley. What are you eating? Oh my goodness, sorry. I'm eating Golden Graham cereal. It's dry because I don't have any milk. But it's good. It's like cinnamon graham crackers. It's pretty nice. It was on sale. Thank you for that, Jay. Yippee! Uh-oh. Hand over the stolen candy. Don't make me call the cops on you kids. Smiley, smiley. We've been busted. Fine! Here's your stupid candy. It looks yummy. Come on, Vance. Let's get out of this dump. Haha, serves you right. Wait, how will we find out where Aubrey is now? Come on, Blorgle, let's follow them. I wonder if we can bribe them with the one piece of candy we have. Hold up one sec, Blorgle. I think I have an idea. I thought he forgot his wallet! Sorry for the holdup. Let's go catch up to Kim and Vance. Did he just go buy candy? After earlier he said, shoot, I don't have my wallet. This guy just scammed me out of $20. Grumble, grumble. Sorry, Vance. No candy today. No. Not again. I don't know how much longer I can last. We're going to die. Sigh. Let's just go home. We're gonna be late for dinner. Wait, Kim. I have something for you. You again, Kel? What the heck do you want, you bully? Tell us where Aubrey is, and I'll give you this whole big bag of candy. Really? The whole bag? I mean, wait. You can't buy us off with candy. What do you take us for? That would work on me. I think I could be bribed with a big bag of candy. I don't know, Kim. We haven't had candy for an entire week. There's a whole bag right in front of us. We don't even have to pay for it. Can you at least ask if he has any taffy in there? Stop it, Vance. We have to stay strong. When we go to Dad's house, we'll be able to have all the candy we want. Okay. I'll do it for you, sis. Kim. Vance. I'm waiting. Like way to accept candy from a bunch of nerds. I'd scam you and give you peanut butter cups. Oh. That's so messed up. I feel like as an adult, you can't really trade candy. Like if I was a kid, I feel like I could totally trade that away. But I don't even know what I'd trade it for. Us just kicking our feet on a park bench, munching on candy. Ah, the dream. I don't know if I've ever really eaten candy in the park, but that sounds like a good idea. New warm day plan just dropped. Aw, man, really? I was sure that would work. It's a waste of time. Let's get out of here. Wait! Please, Kim. You're the only lead we've got. Please take the big bag of candy. Wait, we even have taffy in here. What were your old warm day plans? Skateboard. That's all. That's all I got. I really want a skateboard and I'm waiting for it to get warmer. But I think eating candy at the park is kind of awesome. I'll trade you. What will you trade me for? Do you have candy? Oh, I have cinnamon candy canes, but that's the only candy I have. And I guess my hypothetical bribed Reese's cups. Did someone say taffy? I see. That changes everything. Think I have lifesavers in my pantry? The gummy ones or the hard ones or the mint ones? I hope you get a good skateboard day soon. Thank you! Me too, me too, me too. I didn't go skateboarding very much last year. But this year I want to try to go more. Fine. You really want to know that badly, huh? Let's settle this with our fists! If you win, I'll tell you where Aubrey is. But if we win, you give us that bag of taffy and never talk to us ever again. All these kids want to fight so bad. Wait a sec, there's no need to fight. You just tell me where she is, I'll give you this whole bag. But I want to fight. Come on, put them up, you two. Time to duke it out. Oh, fruit ones! Those are the best ones! I love fruit candy, and I love hard candy. I guess the gummy fruit ones are nice too. But I like hard ones. Do you put the cereal or the milk in the bowl first? I would put the cereal personally. I think if you put the milk first, then when you try to pour the cereal into it, it doesn't soak the top evenly, and also you might splash the milk out. And all in all, it just sounds really inconvenient. I don't really know why anyone would do that. Unless you're having 2 bowls of cereal and you're like reusing the same milk. But I think that's the only appropriate case. Nuh-uh. My goodness. He's a little addicted, huh? Sigh. What is with you guys and fighting? Well, I guess we have no choice. Come on, Blorgle. You know the drill. Oh. This is not how I imagined them looking. Is that a cigarette or a lollipop? It looks like it has a filter like a cigarette. Not a filter. The, like... I don't know what you call it. Just like a line like it's a cigarette. But he does have candy in his pocket. I guess it's hard to say. I'll show you that size isn't everything. I'm not about to lose to nerds like you. Okay. Blorgle's attack gross. Kim punches Kel. Oh. Ouch. They're kind of sturdy. Kim takes 36 damage? Sheesh. Kel is literally dead. This is horrible. Your face annoys me. Does the bandage work if you're knocked out? Well, I guess it doesn't. Aw, man. You're gonna die for real. Youch! You guys never stood a chance. So, can we get that taffy now? Aw, man. Maybe that'll teach you to mind your own business. Come on, Kim, we gotta go home. It's almost time for dinner. Mom's gonna be really mad if we're late. Shoot, let's get out of here. Wait, don't go! Please, Kim. I know you know where Aubrey is. She took something really important from Basil. I get that you guys are friends and stuff, but even you gotta admit that Aubrey goes too far sometimes. Please. You're just trying to help a friend. Aubrey's at the church. The one near her house. Huh? Aubrey's at church? Hey, don't look at me. You're the one who wanted to know. Also, if she asks who told you, tell her it wasn't me. Say it was Mikhail or something. Come on, Kim, we gotta scoot. You know how Mom gets when we're late. Yeah, I hear ya. Let's go. Smell you later. Nerds. Vance looks grown. He's got, like, facial hair and stuff. It's kind of surprising that he's scared of his mom still. Oh, nuts. They took the big bag of candy while I wasn't looking. Those two have got some sticky fingers. Oh well. At least we know where Aubrey is now. Or at least I think we do. Can't really imagine Aubrey at church, but I'll believe it when I see it. What an eventful day. Imagine this guy shoplifting from your candy store. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. He looks grown. Okay, that's nice. I feel bad that I lost, but I didn't save, like, recently enough to load, I don't think. Oh well. I guess I'll keep that file, just in case I do want to go back. Looking for church. Where is church? Okay, I think this is the way to Omori's house. Where's Kel's house? Oh. Kel and Omori are neighbors? They're next door neighbors and they haven't talked in years? That's so sad. Oh, nothing that way. I don't think I've been this way yet. Maybe this is church. Yo, banana. A big bag of trash. Knock, knock. No response. Do you talk to your neighbors? No, but I think if I was like childhood friends with a neighbor, I would probably try to keep in contact. But I've never had neighbors that were my age. I see my neighbor sometimes, but she scares me, so I say nothing. Oh. Spoil anything? To tell you the truth, Tiger, Zora's not here anymore. At least that I know of. So I guess you can spoil something that's not from this game, and you'll be safe. I won't tell them. Knock, knock. No response. Man, I hope church is this way. Isn't church? Yippee! I've been here the whole time? Is that real? Oh. That's so lovely of you. It's so good to see you. Wowee, wowee. But again, good luck. Oh, okay. Bye, Tiger. Good luck to you too. A statue of a religious figure. You feel as if it's judging you. Aubrey's old blue bike. Faraway cemetery? I guess she is here. Well, here we are. This really is the last place I would expect her. I'm kind of skeptical, actually. It might be a trap. I'll open the door a little to take a peek. Setting a trap in a church is crazy diabolical. Looks normal to me. I think they're in the middle of a sermon. Oh, there she is on the right. She's just sitting there, all normal. So weird. I'd feel pretty bad about interrupting this. I should probably wait until the sermon is over or something. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Well, I guess I can give Granny her prescription. Oh. Hold on, Blorgle. Let's wait here until the sermon's over. What am I supposed to do? I don't know. I don't know how I know when it's over. You think it's over yet? Okay, let's go inside. Where's Kel? Why am I back? Okay, there we go. Whoa, I didn't expect you to just walk in like that, Blorgle. Well, there's no turning back now. Come on, we have to be really quiet. There she is on the right. Let's walk to the pew behind her. Is it in session? Are we just, like, participating? Aubrey. Psst. Aubrey. Man, imagine you're, like, at church or something. And someone just asks you about a scrapbook that you stole. It's crazy. What the heck are you guys doing here? We want you to give back Basil's photo album. You're still on about that? That's none of your business. Really? None of my business? We all used to be best friends, but now this is none of my business? Yeah, Kel, exactly. We used to be friends. Aww. You know, Mari would be really sad to hear that. Really? You really want to bring Mari into this? Who cares what Mari thinks? Mari's dead. Oh. I think Mari is, Omori's sister, maybe. I guess Blorgle's sister. That's a crazy thing to say to her brother. Hi, the Great 189. How's it going? Aubrey, seriously? What's wrong with you? I get that you have new friends now, but you can't just forget your old friends like that. My old friends? My old friends weren't there for me when I needed them. Oh, my goodness. Wait, this is crazy lore. Going good? We all love Kel? Yeah! Kel is my favorite. He was my favorite before we got to this part. Before I saw him all grown up, but seeing him all grown up and how kind he is makes me feel really good. I really like him. So that's what this is all about. When Mari passed on. Yippee! Oh, thank you for the follow, Blasty Booty Toot Master 9000. That's a crazy name. Thank you for the follow. When Mari passed on, we were all dealing with our own stuff. We were kids. It was hard. You think it's all so simple. You've always been simple, Kel. So what if I am? I'd rather be simple than be like you. How could you do that to Basil? This is so dramatic. Thanks so much for having me, of course. Thank you so much for coming. We have 2 more follows left to our goal. Really? And we're so close. That's so nice. Yippee, yippee. Mario's dead. Yippee! Listen, sometimes the follow sound is a little bit a little bit bad timing, but that's okay. I have to head out because I don't want spoilers, and my girl and I are in the middle of playing this. So have a great rest of your stream. Of course. Thank you so much for stopping by and following. I hope you and your girl have a really good time playing. You know how important his photo album is to him. It's important to all of us. That doesn't mean you can just steal it. Is that what Basil told you? I'm the one keeping it safe. What are you talking about? That photo album belongs to Basil, and I'm not leaving until you agree to give it back. Ugh, you're so persistent. When Mari died, you moved on so fast. You know why I come here every week? Even after all this time, I'm still trying to find some peace. But it doesn't look like that's happening today. She's like, I'm still trying to find some peace. Meanwhile, she has a baseball bat with nails in it. Very interesting. We haven't talked in 4 years, Kel. A lot changes in 4 years. You and Blorgle think you can just barge back into my life and tell me what to do? Don't be so naive. You might look different and act different, Aubrey, but you're still the same person. The Aubrey you knew is long gone. And the Aubrey that was your friend, she's long gone too. Aww. Okay, fine. I get that you're angry. Look, if it's an apology you want, here. I'm sorry, okay? I should have been there for you when we lost Mari. I don't know. I guess I need more context, but I'm confused on why she's making it about her. Like she needed her friends to be there for her when Mari died. But in actuality, didn't all of them lose Mari? I don't know. I feel like everybody could be a little more understanding since it's such a bad situation. They could grant each other a little bit of grace. No, I won't accept this. Wait! Where are you going? I can't let you go until you promise me you'll give Basil his photo album back, you thief! Oh, that's crazy. In the middle of church. What's happening? Basil? Isn't that the boy who... I've seen Aubrey and her friends bully. Now she's stealing as well. Oops. Oh, it's so rough. It pains me to watch this. Yeah. I do feel bad for Aubrey, but... I don't know. I wish maybe she wasn't being so harsh. Not for the reasons you think, though? Oh. Interesting, interesting. Sorry, my model's going crazy. You think you're the good guy, don't you, Kel? And I'm the big bad bully. Here to terrorize poor defenseless Basil. You're the one hanging out with the psychopath who carries around a knife. Now's not the time to do this, Aubrey. You don't get to say that. You're the one who barged in here. I already said I was sorry for everything. If you want me to be a bully, then I'll be a bully. You two better come at me quick, or I'll come at you first. I haven't really healed. I have no idea who this Aubrey girl is, so I'm just enjoying the drama. This is quite dramatic. Holy, what the... Guys, I don't know, I got... My guys fainted to the candy canes and I just haven't healed since. Yeah, I don't got anything. It's a bit cooked. I don't even want to fight her. Can we run? Oh, I guess we can't run. Alright, today we're beating Aubrey without getting hit. Yeah. I hope Kel's speed is higher than hers. Wait, maybe I should... If Kel is angry, maybe I should use this on a, Blorgle. I'm not really confident in Blorgle's attack. Okay, 44 damage. Oh, okay, it's cooked. It's so cooked. Look at her clothing. It is completely inappropriate for church. Oh, I think her outfit's nice. Man, can I go back to my last save? This low-key sucks. There's nothing I can, like, do about this. I meant this? Oh, okay. That's better. Is your name Blorgle? Yeah. Yeah, do you like it? Serves you right, Kel. Now, leave me alone. Man, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Ever since your father left, she's so uncontrollable, disrespectful. I feel bad for her mother. Womp womp. Shoot. I know she's been kind of messed up lately, but I still feel sorry for her. Maybe this was a bad idea. Okay, what if we load my last save and we try again. Oh. There's a lot of cutscenes I have to redo though. Oh, maybe it's not a cutscene. Maybe it's just a sky image. Heal this time? I'll heal this time. Oh my goodness, get out of here! In my defense, I had 2 bandages. I thought maybe it would work on a fainted person, but it didn't, so I just wasted one. But maybe if I had the 2 bandages, maybe I could have done it. I guess the attacks are a lot, though. Do you see that? Aubrey just dumped something into her trash can. Let's go check it out. No, I got... No! Let me go! Let me go! Oh. Load save file. Yeah. Yeah. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. We'll get band-aids somewhere. Oh, you just being weird at this point, bro? Yeah, that is a little weird, huh? It's just Trotsky. Well, maybe he... Yeah, I got nothing. That is kind of weird. But since they're looking for the scrapbook, maybe they're just looking for that. I don't know. So, do you know what's going on, Sina? Not especially. I guess I have a vague understanding of what's going on. Wait, we have a prescription for you. Oh, you came back. Cough, cough. Excuse me. Thank you so much. You've been a big help. It's nice to see the youth helping us old folks. You are all welcome to my house anytime. Again? Bum, 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 bum. I don't really need to go to an old lady's house at the moment. But yeah, there's something going on with Omori, and I don't know if there's like actual time jumps or if he's just reliving the past in his head. I don't know. But it's exciting to learn about it in pieces. I wonder if after Mari died, if maybe he's kinda coping in a weird way. I don't know. I also don't know why he goes by Omori, if that's not his actual name. Okay. Okay, we got so much health stuff. I think 3 bandages is probably good. What do you think is going on with the story? Give me the story so far type summary. I well, I really have no idea what's going on with like the white room thing at the beginning. I don't really know what that's all about and why we keep going back there. But I assume it's like a metaphor for this guy's mental state. And I assume he's coping with the death of his sister by remembering his past and how much fun he had with his sister and his friends. And it's like memories mixed in with imagination a little bit. And we're going back and forth between real life and that? Maybe? I'm gonna go to the gym now. Have fun. Ah, thank you. Good luck at the gym. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. That place is called White Space. It tells you in the first cutscene when you start the game. Oh. Yeah, I assume that's like Omori's mental. Ugh. Like his mind palace, but it low-key sucks. Okay, I'm not gonna read this since I already read this. we're just gonna speed run and go back to Aubrey. Let me in there. Bam bam. I wonder what this sermon is about. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to go up. I'm gonna tell you a bit of the story, but there is no spoilers, so I'm keeping my mouth shut in that regard. Yeah, thank you. I'll figure it out eventually. I don't need anyone to confirm or deny my theories. I like her little headband. She is very, very cute. So ominous. Omori dialogue ASMR. I have the feeling that eventually it's gonna be a good while. Yeah. I think when I say this that I'm still in the prologue. Which is kind of crazy. I don't know how many chapters there are. But this is so much story for for not even being on like chapter 2 or anything. It is a nice sound. Yeah, it's kind of got that like keyboard ASMR vibe. It's part of the prologue. That's so crazy to me. It is such an in-depth game. Okay. Like it never happened. This is a really nice song. I guess I was too focused on how cooked I was last time to notice. Ouch. Why are you here? I can't believe she would bring a weapon in here. No one's civilized. Oh. That is kind of messed up. The song's name is It Means Everything? Oh. 59 damage, oh my goodness. What do these delinquents think they're doing? This is a place of worship. Man, I need Kel to not be angry. He's getting so cooked. Oh, maybe I should have brought a first aid kit. I love the OST for this game. It's really, really good so far. Oh my goodness, Kel. Someone needs to stop them. Where are their parents? Oh, I thought that just removed his own emotions. I hope this heals a good amount. 40? That is a good amount. Ugh! What? Oh, I guess it only heals himself. That girl's a threat to this neighborhood. There's no hope for sinners like her. Aw, man. Okay, Blorgle, you got this. Ouch! Never mind, Blorgle's cooked. Why? Why now? I always thought she would be trouble. The pastor should have kicked her out a long time ago. I didn't know people were even allowed to get kicked out of church. Ouch! Children these days have no respect. Hope my kids don't turn out like her. Oh man. I got nothing. Maybe if he heals enough. Nice day, eh? Yeah, I would say so. Oh my gosh, she's so strong. Sure you right, Kel. Now, leave me alone. Oh, too hard for me, I guess. Well, that's okay. At least I got a little more dialogue. Ever since her father left, she's so uncontrollable, disrespectful. Feel bad for her mother. Poor girl. Gotta get more band-aids, I guess. Shoot. I know she's been kind of messed up lately, but I still feel sorry for her. Maybe this was a bad idea. It's about time that girl ran off. Maybe all my friends will come back to church again. Wait, she's scaring people out of church? That's crazy. Our family comes to church once a week. Sometimes twice. Sometimes thrice. I usually wouldn't condone fighting in the middle of a sermon. But that seems really important. That girl Aubrey has come here every week for the past few years. She never talks to anyone. I tried to approach her a few times, but she keeps calling me, bad things. She seems very troubled. Perhaps she could use a friend. Grand piano. A podium. Wow, I can't believe it's letting me just walk around like this. Aubrey just has top banana aura? Too much top banana aura. She does. She also has a bat. And all I'm using is a basketball. I have a personal problem with a certain character, not saying who. Oh, interesting. Teddy bear. Headstone. Oh, I thought it'd tell me who. Flowers. I wonder which one's Mari's. Oh, maybe the glowing one. Our dearest Mari. The sun shined brighter when she was here. Mari. It feels like so long ago already. I still think about her all the time. I'm sure you do too. You know, when Mari passed away, Hiro really stopped caring about everything. Oh, hopefully you don't mean Kel. Yeah, hopefully not. I really like Kel, but I guess maybe we'll see. You stabbed her? Yeah, that was kind of messed up, huh? Resurrect the dead and send them into battle? With Aubrey? I don't want her to die. The sun shines brighter when she was here, enough to make me cry in an instant. Oh. This is not the time I'm joking, never mind. No, it's okay. It's like, lightening the atmosphere. He didn't want to get out of bed for school or even eat. He stopped taking care of himself, stopped baking and cooking. It was like that for almost a year. Mom and Dad didn't know what to do either. We all tried to help him and be supportive, but nothing was really working. One night, I went over to him while he was all huddled in his blankets and started saying stuff. Stuff like how we all miss him and how we want him to get better. How everyone is really worried. How Mari wouldn't want to see him like this. I thought I was helping him, but Hiro got angry. He suddenly got up and started screaming and yelling at me about a bunch of stuff. Some of it was pretty hurtful too. but I think I blocked out a lot of it. His eyes were already super red. The more he yelled at me, the harder he cried. Oh. I tried my best to calm him down, but whatever I said just made him worse. I'd never seen Hiro do anything close to that before. It really took me by surprise. And I was so scared that, well, I started crying too. Eventually, Mom and Dad ran to our room and rushed over to hug him and calm him down. But they completely ignored me. Oh. I think that's where Hiro got his senses back, because he ran to me and hugged me right away. Oh, that's so sweet. Just kept apologizing over and over. But at least Hiro got a lot better after that. He started taking care of himself again, and focusing on school a lot more, and joining a bunch of extracurricular stuff. He's naturally good at everything, but he still works really hard, so I'm proud of him. I guess he's a little more closed off now than he used to be, but I'm really just glad to have my brother back. Aww. Anyway, sorry for the long story. I don't think I've ever told anyone that before. This is so sad. It's not his fault, but I still think Hiro blames himself for Mari's death. Hiro's never visited here. Not even once. I know it really hurts, but maybe it might be good for him. I don't know. I wonder why Hiro blames himself. White egret, Richard. In the language of flowers, it symbolizes the phrase, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams." Maybe it is. Maybe the white space is dreams. I thought it was memories, but I guess it could be dreams. Interact with the grave again before you leave? Honey. A lot of people miss out on this bit of lore. Glad you got to see it. I'm glad I got to see it too. I really like learning about Kel. I think he's my favorite. I don't know. I really like Basil too, but I don't know much about him yet. Our dearest Mari. The sun shined brighter when she was here. Great, I'm not sure if you were expecting something else, but it just repeats the same thing. Symbol of Faraway Town. Supposed to represent a gateway to a better life. You remember learning about it in class when you were in elementary school, but you can't remember all the details. Interaction later on with this grave got me bawling. Oh, maybe don't exactly say stuff like that. I don't want any hints for the future, please. Bread. Smells toasty. Bread at a gravesite. Huh. Puzzle pieces. This lot is pretty quiet, isn't it? You can't hear the hustle and bustle of the streets here at all. Heh. The only things here are wandering spirits. Oh, and me, of course. What's with that look? I ain't dead yet. I like him. Back to liking, have a good stream. Thank you. Thank you for your lyric. I hope you have a good day too. Not saying anything else about that topic? Okay, sounds good. Yes? Oh yeah. Just wanted to spend my day off in peace. I reserve my judgment. The Lord will be the one to judge you. Don't tell me that. Where are your manners off brawling about like that? You should be ashamed. out of here. What that old guy said about spirits, like wandering spirits, was interesting. I wonder if the little blue things from, like, the other world, I wonder if those are, like, spirits or something. I wonder how there's a stop sign in her backyard. Did you see that? Aubrey just jumped something into her trash can. Let's go check it out. Yeah, that is pretty weird of him to say. Whoa, I don't believe it. It's Basil's photo album. Can't believe she would just throw it out like that. It's a good thing we looked through this trash can. But on the bright side, at least we have Basil's photo album now. And it only took us half a day, too. Talk about teamwork. How about a high five, Blorgle? I wonder why anyone would pick no. Wait, that gave me a bit cute. Let's give this back to Basil before it gets dark. He'll be so happy when he sees it. And I think this is the way. Oh yeah. Kitty on the roof! The orange cat looks hungry. Feed it some fish? Do I have fish? Oh, I don't have fish. I'll have to find a way to get it. I have meat and a shell. Can I look at this? Oh. My first photo is my best friend Blorgle trying out his new violin. In the outer world area, there's that weird gift. I thought it was a guitar. Yippee! I guess it was a violin. Yippee! Thank you so much for the follow. Gotta go eat. Have a good meal. I hope it's really yummy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm starting to take lessons again so you can play at recitals with his sister Mari. So exciting. Aww. Just Kel being Kel. Wait, 218 is his birthday. His birthday is in less than a month. So many party hats. Now you only have one left? Have a good day, Cinnamon. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You too. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Blorgle playing a video game on the couch. Blorgle is a little shy, but he's a really good listener. I always end up venting to him when I get upset or stressed. Sometimes I feel like I'm bothering him, but he never seems to mind. Aww. Cute. And they used to all be so close. We're back from the park, but Kel is still full of energy. He challenged Hiro to an arm wrestling match, but we all know who's going to win. Please go easy on him, Hiro. Oof, sorry, Kel. Better luck next time. Kel supremacy? That's kinda real. Kel was still feeling a little sour about losing to Hiro in arm wrestling last night, so Hiro decided to lean in for a smooch. Kel looks so annoyed. Ah, brotherly love. Ah, cute! Me showing Blorgle a book I've been reading. Mari stole my camera and took this when I wasn't paying attention. I should really keep better track of my things. Aw, that's such a good picture. It's all of us cuddling with Blorgle stuffed animals. Aww. He has so many, and they're all so soft. Aww. Like, Kel's just cuddling Blorgle. That's so cute. I wish I could just lay here forever. Aww. Mari's teaching everyone how to make flower crowns. Here's Blorgle and Kel, holding Mari's example. It looks perfect, doesn't it? If only Mari thought so too. Oh, Kel's blushing a little bit. Hiro's still making his flower crown. It's taking him a little while, but he's getting there. You have to admire his persistence. It's raining super hard today. The rain always seems to come out of nowhere during springtime. Aubrey asked me to take a picture of her with her new raincoat. It's her favorite color, pink. What a good one. It's interesting. These two are similar to the ones in the other area. The photo book in the... I don't know what you call it. The blue world. But slightly different. Aubrey won't let Kel under the umbrella, but Kel seems to be taking it just fine. He says he likes how the rain tastes. Just Kel being Kel again. He went to Hobbies, but the shop owner told Kel to leave his jacket outside, since Kel was getting all his comics wet. Sorry, shopkeep. Aww. I've been pretty busy with school lately, but we finally made time to get together and go to the park today. Yo, my birthday. Here's Kel hanging by his legs off a tree. He's such a good climber. I wish I was as fearless as him. It's the first day of summer vacation, so we all wanted to celebrate by going to the beach. Watermelon is Aubrey's favorite. Aww. Kel cooling off with some refreshing orange joe. Shouldn't get too close or he might get my camera wet. Kel is known to spill his drinks. I think this is like really super similar to the other photo album. Like this this seems so familiar. We buried Blorgle in the sand. It took forever, but he looks like he's enjoying himself. Wonder if he's gonna need help getting out. Guess I'll keep him company until then. Yay! Blorgle is turning 12 today. Even though me, Blorgle, Aubrey, and Kel are all in the same school year, Blorgle is younger than all of us. Oh, Blorgle's the youngest. Interesting. He's the baby of the group, so we have to take care of him. Blorgle holding a super huge present from Mari and Hiro. I wonder what it is. I can't really tell from the photo, but Mari and Hiro got Blorgle a giant building block set. Blorgle seems much more interested in the box though. Aww. He acts just like Mari's new kitten, Miwo. Miwo. Miwo? Maybe it's Miwo. Is Miwo the name of the cat in the white space? Blorgle won't leave the box, so Kel put a food bowl inside. Guess this box will be Blorgle and Miwo's new home. We're going beetle catching today. Here's Kel, ready to pounce on his next victim. Oh, and Blorgle's there too. He looks kinda sleepy. Went to the bathroom and came back to this photo. Kel says he took a picture of himself on accident, but I don't believe him. I mean, I definitely saw that before. It's the first day of school today. Me, Blorgle, Kel, and Aubrey are up bright and early. Aubrey is so photogenic. Sigh. Goodbye, summer. Until next year. What a good photo album. This one's real long. Knock knock! Basil! It's your friends, Kel and Blorgle. Oh, hello there. Who are you? Hi, Basil. Oh, wait. You're not Basil. I'm sorry. My name's Polly. I'm Basil's caretaker. Oh, hey, Kel. Caretaker. You know his grandma's not doing so well. I wonder what happened to his parents. What is it? Hi, Basil. We got your photo album back. Uh-huh. You did? Wow. Thank you. We gave Basil back his photo album. Mari wasn't in the photo album, was she? But I don't think they were all hanging out after she died. Interesting. Well, no, I guess the block set, that was a gift from Mari and Hiro. I guess she was mentioned, she just... There's no pictures of her. I wonder if someone took them out. Basil, you didn't tell me you had friends coming over. Would you like to join us for dinner? I always seem to cook just a little too much. Dinner? Sure, sounds delicious. Come on, Blorgle, free dinner. I know Blorgle's mom is gone. What about Kel's family? I guess maybe they don't care that much if they didn't comfort him when he was crying and only cared about Hiro. None of these kids seem to have very good home lives. Please make yourself at home. I'll go ahead and finish up the food. Wow, it's been a while since I've been in here. You definitely have a lot more plants than you used to. Yeah, I like them a lot. Actually, there's some that are still alive from when you guys came here more often. Wow, you sure are dedicated. Yup, that's Basil for you. Flowers and photos. Oh, that reminds me. Now that we got your photo album back, we can all go through the photos together. Oh, I didn't know if I'd be able to, so I already looked. I don't know. It's been a while since you looked through them, hasn't it? Come on, it'll be fun. Sure. Okay. Here it is. Yeah, I already read all this. Oh, this one mentions Mari. And... oh, I guess the flower crowns were Mari. But kind of strange that she's not in any of the pictures, even in the background. It's like she's present a lot, but not there. if that's how it feels in general. Maybe that's what all these blank pages are. That's really sad. Okay, done looking. Oh man, looks like a lot of the photos are still missing. Maybe Aubrey kept them for herself. I'll have to get those back later. On the bright side, look how short I was. Haha. I know I've grown at least a foot since Hiro left for college. Can't wait until he comes back. This year, I'll finally be the taller brother. Hehe. Anyway, don't sweat it about the missing photos, Basil. Me and Blorgle will take care of things for you. You just focus on going back to your happy, carefree self. This way does not seem happy and carefree whatsoever. Okay, thank you. I'll try. Sorry about the wait. Dinner's taking longer than I thought. Would any of you boys like to help? Yeah, sure, I'll help. I got some experience helping my brother cook and stuff. Well, that would be lovely. Please follow me. The kitchen is this way. Oh, hi, Blorgle. Cabbages, carrots, mushrooms, and tofu. Oh. Perhaps a vegan household. Tonight for dinner, we'll be making chicken vegetable soup. Oh, perhaps not. How's that sound? Soup and veggies? Sounds nutritious and delicious. You really think so? I was afraid you'd be a bit disappointed. People always tell me that my taste is a bit bland. Don't worry about what other people think. All food is good to me. I'll eat anything you throw at me. Dinner will be ready soon. Please feel free to make yourself at home. Hi, Waffle. Good gambling. Make myself at home. Bunch of books. Most of them are about gardening and indoor plant care. Is this the same? It is the same. Well, I guess I'll explore. Oh! Basil's grandma is breathing steadily. Wow! A white egret orchard. In the language of flowers, it symbolizes the phrase, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams." That's really pretty. She must be dying. I go bounce, do my own thing. I'll see you around. Bye, Lori! Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a great day. Oh, Blorgle. Didn't expect to see you in here. Haha. Yeah, this is kind of inappropriate, huh? Oops. How are you doing, Blorgle? Is everything okay with you? Okay. Never mind then. Oh, I thought him not talking was just like protagonist syndrome. I didn't know he actually wasn't answering. Grandma can't hear us, you know? She hasn't been feeling very well lately. Also, why are they eating dinner at 4 p.m.? That's so early. I'm back. What's happening? Huh? What is happening? What a good question. We're learning a lot. We learned that Blorgle's sister, died. And we got Basil's photo album back for him. And it seems like all the children are low-key going through it. So, that's exciting. 4 p.m. is my lunchtime. Oh. When's your dinner time then? Like a nice 10 p.m. dinner? It's already been 4 years, hasn't it? It's nice to see that you're still around. Even if it's only for a little while. Yes. Yippee. Here. Take my photo album. I want you to have it. I'm trusting you with it, okay? I just think you can probably use it more than me. Aww. Basil gave you his photo album. A lot has happened since these pictures were taken. Sometimes it feels like it was all a bad dream. It's hard to remember now, but I think at the time, I took photos of what I was most afraid to lose. Flipping through this album, you can still see the good times. Maybe one day, things can go back to the way they were before. Blorgle! Basil! Dinner's ready! Okay, coming. Goodbye. Goodbye, Dan. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, hi, Redbeard. Pika-pee! A wheelchair. Poor grandma. I wonder if I have time to look at the other rooms before dinner. Well, this is just a bathroom. Oh, it hasn't let me look in the mirror for a while. He looks good. Doesn't look like anything's off. So that's good. A bathtub with some strange equipment attached. Toilet. Book on plants. Flowers. Huh. Watering pail. Is this Basil's room? Basil's camera. Aww. Looks really dusty. This is such a good room. It's very bright. Lots and lots of gardening books they got in this house. Some photos of Basil and his parents. You've never met them before. Huh. Strange that he has a caretaker. There's not even a room for his parents or even Polly. Polly must not sleep here. It must just be Basil and his grandma. Munch, 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 munch. What took you so long? Polly and I worked really hard on this. Hurry up and take a seat, Blorgle. Oh, sorry. Polly and Kel's homemade dinner. Would you like to eat some? Yes. Everything tastes so good. You're the best, Polly. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just following Grandma's recipes. Thanks for your help, Kel. Munch, 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 munch. So I was saying before, Polly. Tomorrow, munch. My older brother, Hero's finally coming back from college. Oh, that timing works out nicely if Blorgle moves in 3 days. That means we'll get to see him before we go. My mom's all crazy right now preparing the house and everything. Munch. Don't want to be anywhere near that mess. Although, munch. I'm pretty excited to see him. Munch. Every time he comes back, the first thing we do is compare heights. Munch. This year's a year. Munch. Then I'm, munch, finally gonna be taller than him. I can, munch, feel it in my bones. Hehe. You and your brother seem close. That's good. Family is important. Oh, hey. Munch. What you doing with Basil's photo album there, Blorgle? Oh. I gave it to him. I just thought he should have it. Whoa, really? Munch. That's so cool of you. Makes sense. Munch. Especially since Blorgle's moving away and all. What? Blorgle's moving? Oh, I thought Basil knew that. 'Cause didn't he say it was nice to see you even if it's for a little while? I guess maybe he meant a little while today. Not like they only have a little bit of time before he moves. Oh yeah, I thought I already mentioned it. Munch. I must have forgot. Munch. He's moving in 3 days, I think. Munch. Sorry, I thought you already knew. Oh. No, I guess I must have missed it. Sorry. May I be excused? I had to go to the bathroom. Oh. What's up with him? Munch. Well, that's just how it is. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Man, Kala is so precious. I would love to be friends with him. Basil's been going to the bathroom a lot lately. I hope it's not my food. Man. Maybe Blorgle finally being back in his life made him feel comforted. And now he feels lost again. Oh. Everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. Ooh. The nightmarish stuff is on him. Oh, it's you. Blorgle. That doesn't look okay. Yeah. At least turn the lights on. You're here. I'm so glad. You can see it too, can't you? Something behind you. Behind me? Wait, please, Blorgle, don't leave me. Not again. Wait, I wasn't trying to leave. Wait, I wasn't trying to leave. Wait, no! No, I'm not trying to leave! No! We're reloading. I didn't... I didn't want to do that. Reload, that's what I'm saying. This poor boy. This poor boy, I'm not leaving him with that scary thing. I wonder if Blorgle and Basil have the same, like, condition. Something behind you. Blorgle, why do you look so scared? Blorgle, everything is okay now, isn't it? Blorgle, why do you look so scared? Okay, I think it's repeating dialogue. Oh my god! Wait, that's the thing from the sketchbook. And I think I saw it the first time Basil disappeared, maybe. How come Basil's not in the mirror? What is that thing? Are these boys okay? Am I supposed to leave him? Is that the only way to progress? I don't have anything. Can we eat candy? The candy had a chewy texture and a fruity flavor. Candy did not make it better. How do I help you? I don't want to leave you. Surprised you're still here? I know, I'm a little bit hungry, but I wanted to get through the first day. I think the day's almost over. Everything was okay now, isn't it? I certainly hope so. I feel like if I leave, something's gonna happen to him. I'm stuck. Game over. I can't bear to leave him, so we're just gonna stay on this screen forever and we're never gonna progress the game. Can we look at the photo album? Will that make us feel better? Look, here's a nice photo. I like the stuffed animal a lot too. I think I passed it. Where is it? Oh, here. This is nice. This is a weird one. Why does he have a stuffed animal of Omori? Okay. I guess we have to leave the bathroom eventually. Maybe you have to leave. I think I do, but I really don't wanna. I at least wanna take him with me. Wait. Please, Blorgle, don't leave me. Not again. Man, that's so sad. Oh, he's crying. What? Don't shake your head. No! This is horrible. And the music's still there. Everything is bad. Maybe it's a dream. Maybe that's what the flower means. Maybe it's just like a bad nightmare dream. Oh, hey, Blorgle. I think it's about time we went home. It's way past my curfew. What? It's 4 p.m. So yeah. Anyway, Polly, if you ever need me, here's my address. I live just down the block. Oh, he's so kind. Thanks, Kel. You're sweet. Oh, it's nothing. Say goodbye to Basil for me. He's not gonna tell him himself? Basil! Oh, Basil! Aw, poor guy. He's always had a weak stomach. Hope he feels better soon. Do you have anything to say about this? No. I hope Basil at least heard that Kel cares about him. Okay. Oh, maybe it's not 4 p.m. It's suspiciously dark. House is this way. I think. I'm trying to walk you home. What do you mean now won't be a good time? Okay, well, I guess he's walking me home. I guess it makes sense if Blorgle is the youngest. Usually the senior walks the other person home. Oh, that was a nice noise. Hey Blorgle, thanks for hanging out with me today. Sorry for all the trouble. That was a pretty crazy adventure, huh? I can tell you haven't talked to anyone in a while. But that's okay. It just takes practice. He's really not saying anything. Irom! Hi, Hiro. Thank you for the bit. Anyway, Hiro's coming back from college tomorrow, so I'm sure he'll want to see you before you leave. So, if you don't mind, I'll be coming back for you again in the morning. Good night, Blorgle. Sweet dreams. That is so sweet. Oh. Are we flatlining? What is that? I still get so tripped up someone's called Hiro here. I know. Not a very common name, huh? Oh. Is his name Hiro? Hiro? No, it's Hiro. Spelled like you spell it. Whispers emanate from inside the box. This did not look like this before. I'm gonna take a shower now. If you're still here after that, I'm convinced you're just stuck here forever because no sane person would stream this song. Really? How long has it been? It's been 7 hours. Which, you know, that is a long stream. But I feel like it's not terrible, but I am getting hungry. So I think after this guy goes to bed, I might go get some dinner. This prime boss hours, baby! I know, when I was playing Danganronpa 2, I feel like I used to average 7 and 8 hour streams all the time. But now, I don't know. I think now I'm around the 5-hour mark. This game is just so good. Do you still recognize your home? This is so freaky. Oh, I don't like the red. Okay, there's the weird blink thingy from the mirror. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that at all. Oh my goodness, don't do that, please. Bro, his mom needs to come home. This is... Oh, haha. A nice glistening knife. Ugh. Surely, that's not important. A giant spiderweb blocks the doorway. Is this liquid? Oh, I don't like that very much. Oh man, we have to get the knife, don't we? Oh. Well, there's not the regular stab button. Maybe we use it on the spiderweb. Oh, much better. Much better than I thought. Ugh. 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 Not mean to go that far. What a interesting glowing door we got there. The nice little blinky fella. Ugh. Take the knife away from Blorgle. Yo, you remembered. I need to do that for real, for real. Ew, squishy. Ooh, I can't even take it away from him. I can clip a pink ball. Nah, just kidding. The pink keychain is needed in these dire times. He's gonna get got. Oh my goodness. Do you think this is happening to Basil right now? Do you think they're like interlinked like that? They're both having the worst day of their lives right now. Maybe the second worst. I'm sure dying, or I'm sure Mari dying was, ouch, pretty bad. Overtime? What's overtime, Tommy? Oh, I don't like that thing. That thing scares me. What does it represent? Is this his inner demon? Can we stab it? Okay. Mari. Oh, hi. That's nice. Oh, I closed my eyes. I didn't actually see what that was. Did she crawl across the screen, or was it? Hmm. Afraid. Oh my god! Why is it like realistic? Calm down. Be not afraid. We'll be still okay. Blorgle calms down. Okay. Okay. Speed fell. That's fine. That's fine. We're not afraid. Something. Look. Look at its face. Something is trying to talk to you. Blorgle's attack does nothing. If it's trying to talk to me, maybe we just stay calm over and over again. Something bites Blorgle. This is getting nowhere fast, huh, Blorgle? I'm glad the name is Blorgle. I think that does kind of help me cope a little bit. Makes it a little less serious. Stop biting him. Blorgle's speed fell. It seems like there's a lot going on. We need to block out the little things and figure out what's important. Clear your mind and remember how to focus. Oh, okay. Let's focus then. Blorgle focuses. Is this ticking? Oh, it said it stopped working a long time ago. Mom's bed. The mattress is too hard for you to sleep comfortably. Oh. When I'm stressed out, I feel like sleeping in someone else's bed helps. Well, okay, I guess not just a random person's bed. But like a friend or family member. Hey, Blorgle, this is a note from Mommy. Remember to brush your teeth every day. Love you, XOXO. Oh my goodness, okay. Maybe we can skip brushing today. Ah, we can't gamble anymore. Sad. Okay, let's go to sleep. Oh. Nervous Globe? That's what I'm saying. Maybe this is like a sleep with the lights on moment. Oh. Oyasumi achievement? Oh, okay, there's Blorgle and Basil. Oh, and Basil's gone. And the door's gone. I guess maybe the door being gone Probably represents feeling pretty trapped, huh? Stuck in the light space. Ugh. Ominous. Can't be all. Aw, hell nah. Welcome to White Space. You have been living here for as long as you can remember. Living there? Well, at least there's a door. Okay. I did say after that day maybe I would hop off. Even though even though I'm really curious about things still. I feel like this is the type of game that you could probably play forever and ever and ever. It probably it probably stays interesting the whole way through. So, oops. How do we exit? Stab! Okay, we're not doing that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with me. What a good game. I quite like that one. Okay, let's find someone awesome to raid. Oh, thank you for the squeak. A last little goodbye message from our very own Monsley Monkey. Pretty good, huh? But yes, thank you, everyone. Tomorrow is my day off, so I will not be live tomorrow. But I will be live again on Thursday to play a new game, another new game, or at least new to me. Thank you so much for the That's so sweet of you. Thank you. So generous. Oh, and Pika P. Yes. But anyway, I'll be playing a new game called My Card is Better Than Your Card on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday, the day after tomorrow. It's a card game and it looks cute, and it's my first time playing it, so be there or be square. Um, oh, there's a lot of people live. Um, um, hmm, hard choice. Let's try Yuki. I think it's been a little while since we rated him. And I don't think I usually stream this long, this late to be able to. So it'll be a good opportunity. Here is a raid message and a sub raid message if you would like to use any of those. And I'll see you on Thursday. And hopefully my model will be nice and calibrated by then and she won't be fogging out all the time. But yeah, thank you. Have a great rest of your day. Make sure you drink lots of water and eat plenty of protein and get enough sleep, okay? And goodbye. Good night, everyone. Goodbye. Bye. Love you. Bye.